Moshi Moshi. Adomo. What's up, everyone? We're live. Let me just click a few buttons here and there. You know the drill. Ah, it's me. I can hear myself. Jump scared. What's up, Bridget? How you doing today, Mang? I love how this game still mutes when I alt tab. It's my favorite feature of any video game ever. Like, why is there not a have audio in background? Like that's the normal thing these days, right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for the thinking that's normal now? All right, let's see. Working Saturdays are fairly slow. Oop. I mean, I guess at least it's not too busy, right? Oh, I'll show you real quick while you're here. You know, I got I found some old Pokemon cards of mine. Hold up, let me make this camera bigger. I found some old Pokemon cards of mine that I thought I got rid of a long ass time ago. Do I want to make it bigger? Whatever, fuck it, I'll make it bigger for this. And I just went out and bought a binder to put them in. I just had these like loose in a fucking like deck box. They weren't even sleeved. They literally weren't even sleeved. So I guess this is the start of my Pokemon binder. We got Gengar, Mega Gengar EX, and then this is a different Mega Gengar EX. What's up, Seismic? We got two Mega Agrons, a Manectric. Sadly, it's not a Mega. We got two Mega Lucarios. They're different. The rarities are different on these two, just like the Gengars. Primal Groudon. There is a Groudon, but Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre. Same but different. True. That's the start of my collection now. And then this is just gonna be a free bonus pack, I guess. But I found this. Am I gonna drink that WD-40? You know it, baby. So I'm just gonna open this real quick. It's just a Pokemon Celebrations. There's only 4 cards in here, but I don't know. I don't know what's in these. Oh god, you open it. Are they supposed to be backwards? Are they supposed to be backwards? Is that normal for these? You need it for your knees? Alright. It has a Dialga in it. A Lugia. A Xerneas. Oh, look at that. A goofy... Oh, gravity. It's a goofy little Pikachu. Surfing Pikachu V. Let me go ahead. I guess I'll sleeve it. Yeah. One sleeve, please. I don't know much about V cards. It's a cute little card, though. All right. There's that. I'll toss that on the pile there, and I'll toss this over here. Smile. All right. Let's get into some good old GFL, though. As usual. Get my daily free box. Smile. Yeah, I know they were like their own thing. I'm just saying I don't know much about them. Like, I guess, like, what I'm saying is, like, value-wise, I don't know if this is any good. But it's a cute card. I like it. I'll put it in the binder for sure. Damn them skins. It be like that, man. It be like that, man. Just spend all the monies? Huh? I don't intend on doing that. I'll tell you that much. There was something I meant to do in here. What did I mean to do in here? There's a shop or something, right? Mystery boxes? Pretty bad. That was pretty bad, I'd say. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I hit shop. I meant to hit recruit. I do think I want one copy of Mekti. I don't have Diane, but I don't intend on chasing a Diane at the moment. Mekti is useful for the corrosion team, so having one copy would be nice. Hopefully I can get her before we do 72 pools. We are not guaranteed Mekti on the banner right now. Because the last time I got a gold unit. Are they SSRs? What do they call them in this game? I'm assuming it's an SSR. Last time I got SSR, it was the banner unit. So this is a 50-50. What's up, Diego? How you doing, Fost? Man. Nothing in that one. Hold on, let me just skip that. There's nothing in there. Pensive. Nemesis. I'm gonna lose to 50-50? Probably. I've been getting too lucky. I've been winning the 50-50 too often. I'm gonna be honest. We're 30 in? No, come on. Just give it to me. We're 40 in? Monka using premium currency now. 50 in? Oh, God. We're gonna have to go to full 70 something. Don't make me do the extra temple. Come on. Okay, so we got something here. We got something here. The question is it the banner unit? Oh, it's Mekti. It says Mekti. Nice. Fucking easy. Just win it. Just win the 50-50. Double? Imagine it was a double. No way I got a double temple, right? I don't think I got her weapon yet. She's just a sleepy girl, SMH. That's a SR. Ksenia, the money girl. Money! It doesn't look like it's a double banner to me. I'll take it though. One copy of Mekti. I don't actually know what the recommended, like... I don't know how many Mektis people recommend chasing, if that makes sense. Sabrina, please. Sabrina's like free as hell. She's literally... You literally just buy her shit. You can get 15 every month or so. One night believe harder. You're right. I should have just believed. So we did get a Mekti. I don't know if I have enough to build her necessarily. We are gonna change the weapon, obviously. She can get the level 50 Guerno. We can give her some random attachments for now. I say random, but it's not like I'm not gonna look for good ones that I have. This is probably good enough for now, right? This has a higher attack boost. You can... Oh, no, that's... Ooh, wrong one. Attack. Yeah, you can equip this one for now. EP mood, for real, for real. I guess she wants corrosion boost? That one's on Kluke. You're not getting that. Oh, we have another attack, crit rate attack. Wait, how many of these do I have, I wonder? Oh, they're probably locked. Because I have a locked thing set up. So I just need to look for locked ones. Oh, not all of them are going to be crit, though. It looks like that one in the front's the one we want to use on her, then. We just need to build it. Smile. I don't actually... Does she do corrosion damage? I don't even know what this bitch does. Hold up. Hold the goddamn phone before I fucking start leveling gear for her. Selects one enemy target, deals physical damage. When in turbo mode, I'm assuming we'll see a skill that puts her in turbo mode later. Damage is changed to corrosion. Music gave you major Valhalla vibes. I haven't played Valhalla before. So she does do corrosion. It just needs to be swapped. Oh, thanks for the resub, Diego. What's up? What's up? You want to pay $10 a month? Monka, huh? What do you mean? Crack a pack. What's up, Flair? Flair, you missed out. I just opened the celebrations. We got a Surfing Pikachu V. I opened it for free. No redeem necessary. Not like this. Oh, the increasing price? Ooh, cringe. You know what that means? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? You missed out. Pensive. Ens Darumaka. Fungus. Clink. Lotad. Lily's Pearl. Banette. I really like Banette as a Pokemon. I don't know if Banette's any good, but I like Banette. Kangoro. Durant. It's just an ant. Or Choreo. Hops Snorlax. This is good if I want to build a Hops deck. Hops deck seems relatively easy to build, to be honest. And then fighting. Fight me. Oh, right. I should show you this beginning of my Pokemon collection now. I found some old Pokemon cards that I thought I got rid of a long time ago. So I went out and bought a binder. So now this is the start of my Pokemon collection. We're looking at XY era cards, by the way. We're looking at XY era cards right now. And then we have a Manectric at the bottom. Gengar, Mega Gengar EX, and then a different Mega Gengar EX. They are not the same. 2 Mega Agrons. 2 Mega Lucarios. They are not the same. These are 2 different cards, apparently. Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon. The Groudon is not a full art, though, sadly. It is what it is. It's like that, Diego. It really is. Okay. Anyways. Selects one target in range. Does corrosion. So she does do corrosion. AoE corrosion. Okay, so that's also corrosion. Equal to 130% of attack to all enemies within 1 tile of the target. So it's like a plus. Okay. Movement up 2 for 1 turn. When turbo mode is active and generates. Oh, sorry. When turbo mode is active, she gets movement up 2 and toxic mist. Inflicts corrosion weakness to enemies within the area. I'm assuming the upgrades for this make the area bigger? No. Interesting. So she makes the enemies weak to corrosion. So she's like Ice's Suomi in a sense, giving the enemies weakness to the damage type. But it's like super tiny. Cause Sabrina and Suomi do AoE select enemy or tile. And then the range is 2 tiles, not 1. So it is smaller, but it's still useful, I assume. Dreamless Nights. This is her second skill. Yeah, this is her second skill. Did I end up seeing if any of those cards are worth something? I did. Did you want me to share? I can share the knowledge if you'd like. Also, question. Menu up does, I mean, technically it does work, I guess, but I don't really want to, I mean, sure, I could move it, I guess. So basically, this is my most valuable page. From my understanding. This is like 20. These two are, all of these are about 50, and these are about 50 also, I think. So this is my most valuable page right now. Thanks for resub, Deweese. What's up? If I get these graded, if it somehow got graded a 10, I would have bank, but the past rain did not store these very well. Oh, I mean, there's this page too, but these are just like regular comments that I had that I like the looks of. But this one would be worth a gigaton. It'd be like, I think 2 or 3K. I forgot what it was. If it got a PSA 10. But the odds of it getting a PSA 10 is 0. Unless the PSA grader is blind. Because if you look at the corners, if it'll focus. Well, just know the corners have a little bit of scuff on them. So it's at best gonna be like probably, I don't know how grading works that well actually, so I don't know. But my guess is it would be around like a 8 to 9 at best. And even then that's like 200, I think. 300 if I get a 9, I think. Yeah, it'd be like that, Diego. Alright, Dreamless Knight. Recovers 6 points of stability. So she gets stability back. Cleanses all debuffs on self. Applies Dream Guardian to all allied units within 8 tiles for 2 turns. What does that mean? AoE damage dealt by support attacks are increased by 30%. Okay. When in turbo mode, how does she get turbo mode? Everything is mentioned turbo mode, but nothing has said give turbo mode yet. You go around to 900 from just the 2 most valuable of the 2 McDonald's collabs. Nice. When in turbo mode, active skill Dream Quake or basic attack. So these are the previous 2 skills that we just looked at. Oh wait, Dream Quake, yeah. Can be used after using the skill. Oh, so if she gets in turbo mode, she can activate this and then also attack afterwards. Interesting. Gains 1 stack of sleep aid kit for 2 turns. Damage though increased by 10%. Okay. Maximum stack is increased by 1. Mechty recovers HP equal to 30% of maximum HP. So she turns into a support if you get to V2? No, V3. V2? I have no clue. I don't know when this activates actually. I would have to check her V stuff. Dream Wonderland. Deactivates patch mode. Enters turbo mode. What the fuck is patch mode? So she starts in patch mode, I assume. Damage taken is reduced by 30%. Stability damage taken is reduced by 2. So she reduces damage. How cooked is America on that situation? Oh, I mean, no clue. We're just gonna have to wait for a new president, I think. We're gonna have to wait for someone who's... You would think a businessman would understand how tariffs work. But apparently, he does not understand how tariffs work. And the ignorant that support him are too stubborn to realize they have now fallen into a sunk cost fallacy. And do not want to blame him for raising prices of fucking everything. Yeah. I'm not like a huge political guy, right? But I'm willing to say and call bullshit when I see it. Because that shit's ridiculous. And then he was like, oh, we're no longer gonna fund the defense for every other country, quote unquote fund defense. So you know, you guys are gonna have to up your spending. So other countries are now, instead of buying American defense, like, you know, gear, question mark, like you know, Boeing and shit like that, they're just saying, okay, we'll just make our own new companies that are gonna make these for us and spend our money there. And I think Trump has realized how stupid he is, or maybe he hasn't, probably not, but because he's done that, companies are no longer, you know, giving America money to fund their own military. So we're losing out on that money too. Spend more money on defense. Wait, no, not like that. I meant you're supposed to give us money for defense. But you said we're no longer gonna help them like that anymore. So why the fuck would they spend money on us when we're not gonna help them anymore? What's up, Tresh? Ignore the fact, ignore the topic we're just talking about. How you doing, man? It has been a little bit, hasn't it? Give me a second, let me take a drink. How you doing? I'm reading Mechni's abilities because I poured her, but I don't know what she does. Yeah, fucking South Korea hates Japan, hates China. China hates Japan, hates South Korea. Japan hates them all. Isn't GFL on Steam? It is, but I don't play the Steam version, even though the Steam version is the same. I don't know why. Don't ask me. I've been playing without the Steam version, so I'm not gonna swap to the Steam version. I don't know what to say. Okay, deactivates patch mode, which reduces damage taken, and enters turbo mode. Attack and defense are increased by 30%. At the end of Mechni's action, ooh, gain 2 points of index. That's pretty neat. After turbo mode ends, returns to patch mode. Okay, understandable. Applies Nightmare Shroud to all allied units and inflicts toxic inundation to the closest enemy target. I don't know what that means. My stream coincides with your IRL stuff lately. This is actually 1 in the morning. Oop! I see. Well, my normal midnight streams might be easy for you to catch, but that's still gonna be pretty late for you, huh? Actually, no, wait. I stream at like 11:30 midnight my time, which would mean it's gonna be 10:30 a.m. your time. So yeah, maybe that would also conflict with timings. Pain. What would it take for It Takes Two stream? It Takes Two? I mean, would you not rather a... What's the new game that company put out? Split Fiction? Or something like that? I've been thinking about playing Split Fiction. I think that's what it's called, right? I haven't picked it up because I'm not quite sure, but I am pretty interested in playing it, and I do have an idea of who to play with. Would y'all be interested if Mew and I played that game? Would y'all be interested? I know it's been a while since Mew's been here, but I have, you know, reached out to Mew pretty recently. I was like, hey, you know, you just want to play the game? I didn't even mean on stream, but she was like, you know, timing wise, if it works, if we got to do it on stream, it's fine. That'll be chaotic to watch in a fun way. Yeah. Are you a robot test? What? I've watched nothing about that game. Let's not give too many spoilers. I raided one person once and they didn't even get to the part they weren't at the part where it was apparently split fiction. I don't know how else to put that. But yeah, I am interested in playing that game. We haven't worked out when and if we are, like, you know, we haven't worked out the kinks. But I haven't picked up the game because of that yet. But there is a solid chance that happens. Okay, Nightmare Shroud. Before Mechty is attacked, reduces attacker's attack. I got a question. This says it applies Nightmare Shroud to all allied units. Does this also mean whenever the target is attacked? Is that what that's supposed to read? I've played A Way Out. I don't think I ever... I think I started It Takes Two, but I never finished playing It Takes Two with who I started it with. I don't own It Takes Two. Did we ever finish? I don't think I finished that game. But yeah, I need to know if this means it before target is attacked. Because this says it applies Nightmare Shroud to all allied units. And that would change, you know, what if it's just Mechty or not. It has couch co-op? Yeah. It's the devs have set it up so like only one person needs to own the game in order for you to play with someone. So I didn't own It Takes Two, the other person did. Anyways, reduce attack stack, cleanse one random debuff on self. I'm assuming this is before target is attacked, not just Mechty. If any weakness is being exploited by enemy, damage taken is reduced by 30%. Activates once, considered a corrosion buff. Okay. This seems interesting. It could stop you from getting like one shot, right? And inflicts toxic inundation. Corrosion damage taken is increased by 25%. So she applies this to the closest enemy. This seems pretty good. Especially against the boss, right? Oh, this seems pretty good. And then if you upgrade this, she keeps patch mode. Oh. This is cool. Oh, and it increases basic attack. Crit rate. Mobility increased. This seems pretty cool. She's really good for the corrosion team, huh? Yeah, you just grab the friend pass version. She seems pretty neat. I don't know what her build is gonna be. After using a basic, gain one random buff. Okay, it seems okay. I don't know if it's great. If any weakness is exploited, applies toxic inundation to the target after attack resolves. That's just good. Her ult already applies this, but her ult only applies it to the closest enemy. So you can hit anyone and then make sure they get this, even if they weren't the closest enemy, right? When using the active skill... Wait, did I skip one? No. When using the active skill Dreamquake... Which one was Dreamquake? Sorry. Dreamquake is her first skill. The one that makes them weak to corrosion. Okay. Applies acid corrosion 2. Reduces defense by 30%. Before the attack resolves against large targets. This is specific for bossing. This is definitely bring this against the boss. When using active skill Dreamless Night. Which one's Dreamless Night? Dreamless Night is... Okay. Got it. the buff. What would be a Pokemon that, if bought in real life, would make my life a lot easier? A Pokemon IRL that would make life easier. There's a lot of answers to this. There's a lot of illegal answers to this. Let me be clear. There are a lot of illegal answers to this. There are no laws is wild. Honestly, a Pokemon with a healing ability that you could charge people for would be kind of crazy, to be honest. Gardevoir heals itself though, right? Moonlight targets itself, or like whatever it's called. I don't remember. They don't have a way to heal other targets, right? Healing Wish doesn't count, because Healing Wish, you gotta kill yourself in order to heal whoever's swapping in. So I don't even know if Gardevoir gets Healing Wish, but I feel like Gardevoir might learn that. I don't. Does Gardevoir get healing abilities? It can learn Heal Pulse. Yeah, Healing Wish means it's got to kill itself. So you're gonna choose a Gardevoir, charge someone one time for it to kill itself? Yeah. Well, the shows can say whatever the fuck they want, but that's not how Healing Wish work. If they wanted it to work that way, they would have made it that way. Heal Pulse. Heal Pulse. I'd prefer something to, like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know a lot of healing abilities in Pokemon. Healing in Pokemon. I definitely misspelled Pokemon. Healing in Pokemon. Sorry, healing moves. Category. Let's see. What am I thinking of? What is this? Time to read. Reading. Yo, you know what would be crazy? Yo, hold up. I'm about to say some crazy shit right now. Y'all are gonna judge me for this. You said there's no laws though. What's up, Crow? Y'all are gonna look at me like I'm fucking mental. But hear me out. I am gonna go fucking mental here, okay? I am going to pick. So hold up. Before I say the Pokemon, I'm going to start a new religion. I told you, we're going crazy with this. I'm starting a new religion. And if you get high enough status by making large donations, I will allow, oh, sorry. Not that I will allow, Palmot will, give the blessing of, hold up, let me read this fucking move real quick. Let me make sure. Okay, I will allow Palmot to give the blessing of bringing back a dead relative. That motherfucker learns something called revival blessing. That motherfucker learns revival blessing. Which brings back no, it doesn't kill. It doesn't kill. It doesn't kill itself to do it. But it brings back a dead ally to 50%. Fucking deranged. Absolutely deranged. I ain't gonna lie. Or I could go Rapska. Rapska also learns it. I don't know what else Rapska learns. I don't know Rapska very well. You didn't expect that. Look, man, I was told what I would pick. And I'm trying to get rich. I'm trying to get rich fast as fuck. Life do? Which one's life do? What's life do? Life do. Not life D, life do. Let's see. Restores HP of user and its allies by 25%. Interesting. Well, wait. But some allies negate this move's effect on it. So sometimes it might not work. Sometimes it might not work. Life do is an interesting one too, because you could do the exact same thing. I sound mental, but you know, it doesn't say fire types. It doesn't say fire types. It says if an ally has water absorb, storm drain, or dry skin, it will activate and negate this move's effect on it. Which dry skin is something humans can have. But you're not wrong. Life do would go crazy in a church. Life, if you made a religion and you were like, you know, this religion is going to keep everyone. No, you don't start a religion. You said no laws. You said no laws. You start a health brand. You start like a health brand or like a health company. And anyone who buys your product is considered an ally. And every time Life Do activates, everyone who ever buys and is wearing your product gets healthier. It's some deranged shit. I said it was gonna be a little crazy. Honestly, I prefer Clefairy though. I prefer a Clefairy. I think a Clefairy would make a better mascot. But Jirachi gets it too, right? Yeah, Jirachi gets it. Honestly, I'd prefer a Jirachi. Ooh, or like a Sinistcha or Poltergeist. Ooh. They both learn it too. I'm just saying. Chansey would give big heals. Oh, you know what? You're right. Chansey would probably be a better pick. Because it gets life do. To like, you know, to make everyone healthier that, you know, is buying a product. But you could also just pick certain people, you know? If certain people come with large donations, you know, I'm just saying, you know, money make the world go round. We are definitely evil. I did say I was an evil, like I say I'm a toxic slime. I do, you know, I am more on the evil side. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What in the MLM is this? Look, man. Look, man. If I had a Pokemon, I'm just saying that, you know, with the right branding and enough effort, maybe not even that much, you could be a very rich person. Yeah, Jirachi, you see the issue with your wish though? Here's the issue with your wish. You're gonna get $1 million tax-free, right? The government is still gonna realize you're using a shit ton of money. And it doesn't matter that it's tax-free, because they're gonna assume you got it illegally. That's your mistake. It's tax-free, but it doesn't mean it's legal. That's why you invest. They're gonna question how you got your money to invest. You gotta lay the foundation. That's why I'm saying, you know, start a cult, sorry, not a cult, a religion, or like a health company / like makeup company or whatever. That, you know, you gotta start a foundation where it legitimizes it. If you just suddenly have $1 million or $100 million, the questions are gonna flow in. There's no one questions it. Well, they might question it, but like, you know, you have some legitimacy that I got a crazy fucking Pokemon, motherfucker. Rather than $100 million just showed up out of nowhere. No one knows where it came from. This has now caused crazy inflation because, you know, more money has entered the market than was printed. So now the question is, did you counterfeit this money? You see? You see, it's causing a lot of problems now. So just wishing for the money isn't gonna, you know, set you up properly. I am overthinking the shit out of this, I'm aware. You can start a cult by making people buy focus sashes. They can't question shit. No, he was Crow. He was asking if you could get one Pokemon in real life. We don't mean like in Pokemon world. We mean in real life. Yeah, but like, you know, you can make the black hole and, you know, just destroy the Earth on accident also. I think a Chansey would be a pretty solid pick. Everyone, not everyone. People who know the Pokemon universe also, like, you know, Chansey is like the healing one. I don't want people, you know, to be like, ah, it's the sex one. I'll pay you $1 billion to fuck your Gardevoir. I ain't doing all that, dog. I ain't trying to hoe my Gardevoir out, dog. I'm trying to take advantage of my Pokemon, but not like that. How would Future Sight work? Oh, you know, you could become an assassin, I guess. You could start like a black market assassin thing. No one will be able to prove that you killed anyone, right? Can Jirachi still grant all your wishes? That's like a Pokemon universe canon thing, but like, it's like mechanically it's not like real though, right? You pick a ghost type because good luck taking it away from me. I'm gonna pick Infernape and then go visit fucking Wolfie and traumatize this man IRL. Oh, sorry. Who did I say? Incineroar? Sorry, I meant Incineroar. I don't know who I said, but I meant Incineroar. I said Infernape, I think, right? Scorbunny need to be a Stalker Star? I don't know if they're gonna allow that. You think they would allow Pokemon? Sorry, I'm not trying to get like I'm not trying to get like political or like anything, but like, you think they would allow Scorbunny to play in a soccer league? we already have difficulties trying to get trans people in there. Like, you think they're gonna allow a fucking Pokemon? Like I said, I'm not trying to get political, but bro, it's already hard enough. There's no way they're gonna be like, yeah, your Pokemon can join. That's like saying, yes, we're gonna allow a fucking gorilla to join the fucking MMA. There's no shot. There's no shot they're gonna allow it to join an actual team. Pick Macargo and threaten to burn the world down. We're going, what is it? Team Magma? We're going the Team Magma route? Why don't you just go Primal Groudon at that point? Primal Groudon at that point and be like, you know, water bad. I played Gen 3 Pokemon and there was too much water. we gotta get rid of that shit. And then all the people who say global warming isn't real, I'm just saying, they're gonna be like, damn, what happened? It's so hot. They're gonna be like, damn, this shit hot as fuck. What's going on? Oh god. Yeah, but like, no. The issue with that line of thought though is we're assuming everything in the Pokemon movies is also canon. I wasn't working with that, right? Plus, you don't have all the plates. Yeah, you would get, let's say you get Arceus or Arceus or whatever you want to call, you know, it's two ways to say it, but whatever. Let's say you get that. You don't have the plates. Canonically, God in Legends and other games. Yeah, but like mechanically, they don't ever, you know, they don't have an ability that lets them do that. Mechanically, that's not real. Minor miracles? Motherfucker. You think fucking bringing people back to life isn't a fucking minor miracle? I think that'd be considered a fucking major miracle. My first idea of bringing dead people back to life is way crazier. I think a minor miracle would be any fucking Pokemon coming into existence in real life. All of those would be considered minor miracles. Honestly, not even minor. They would be major miracles. You know what? Nah, we're going full evil, right? Oh, sorry. We never said we were going full evil. Sorry. We're trying to enrich our investment portfolio. Dog, I'm going with fucking Palisand. It sounds crazy, but every individual piece of sand is sentient. I am taking over the fucking world, literally. It is canon that every piece of sand is fucking sentient. It is Palisand is a hive mind. It is not one Pokemon. It is a literal hive mind. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. We are so off topic. I'm supposed to be playing GFL. Here's the thing though, Weez. People wouldn't realize that, right? people wouldn't realize that. And I can still use earthquake and shit like that, right? I assume it learns earthquake, right? So like, they wouldn't realize the limits of the sand, right? They wouldn't realize the limits of Palisand. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Toxic would also be crazy as like an insane assassination fucking thing, right? We're going back to the assassin plots. You could toxic someone and they wouldn't even know how they got sick, and then they would die. This stream is fucking deranged. What is going on? This stream is fucking deranged. How did we get here? How did we fucking get here? Another boring answer is Mew. Mew is a very boring answer. You know, at that point, just go Ditto. At that point, go Ditto, man. Oh, you know what's funny? Oh, I got a great one. You become a photographer, and then you take pictures with the Ditto, but the Ditto is going to turn into people and or things, but it's slightly off. So you're making real photos that look like AI because it has too many fingers or whatever. You take photos that look like AI. And then you poison the shit out of every fucking AI shit that exists. It's so genius. The only downside to this is everyone who sees your pictures are gonna think it's AI art. Everyone is gonna assume it's AI art, but you have to know you're doing good. You have to know you're doing good for the universe by basically poisoning the well for AI art. You are the secret hero that no one realizes is a hero. Become an electrician with Rotom, hoping you make people's stuff go haywire. Have a good night, Trash. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed our very deranged conversation. Yeah, but like, okay, Diego, here's the issue with that though. I'm not going to assume the anime is canon because there's a lot of inconsistencies between the anime and the games, right? So I'm going to ignore that. I'm just going to look at the mechanically what can the Pokemon do in the games. That's what I'm basing this off of. Because if we're not going mechanically, yeah, I could do some crazy shit with Palisand still. Like, if we're just going by canon, I'm just saying, Palisand doesn't have to look like that. Palisand could look like fucking sand that's, you know, all across the world. And I could just have an individual grain of sand fucking everywhere. And just basically be omnipotent. And then if someone, you know, is causing a little too many problems, you just get a piece of sand in their brain somehow and just do a little damage is all I'm saying. God. I am not a good slime. I am the opposite of, what is it, Dragon Quest? I am the opposite of Dragon Quest. I am not a good slime. Jesus. Get a Scolipede and be like, that's a weird horse. Just have to hide the shovel. Don't even hide it. Don't even hide it. Proudly hold it. Just say you're a gardener. Just hold the shovel with you. Fuck it. Who cares? You don't have to hide that shit. They don't know it's a Pokemon. You never have to even reveal that Pokemon exists. That Palestine exists. You could just say it's your powers. How would they know? How would they know? They can't prove it. They're fucking sounding insane. Oh, there's a piece of sand. A piece of sand killed this guy. They sound insane. This guy's brain has been blended somehow. We don't know how. They would never know. You just get multiple grains of sand in there and just fucking start spitting that bitch around. I'm fucking evil, huh? I gotta get off this topic. I gotta get off this topic. Jesus Christ. I gotta get off this topic. Let's go back to reading Mechty's abilities, yo. Yes, when using Dreamless Night, it generates toxic mist tiles and 2 tiles around the closest enemy. This seems really good. This seems really good, right? Toxic mist is what makes them weak to corrosion? Dreamless Night is which one? It's this one. Yeah, it seems really good. I like it. I'm assuming this is also good. When using the basic attack, bedtime warm-up, cleanses 2 buffs. This is pretty good. I think this is going to be a good one. This is a banger, right? Get a Gengar and cause the whole world, cause worldwide hysteria through mass nightmaring people. Are you trying to be a terrorist? I'm evil, not a terrorist. I'm only killing people with Palisand. What the fuck, man? I'm not crazy. Let's see. When Mechty has 2 or more buffs, targeted damage taken is reduced. Okay. Gaming time, 5% attack boost. Very interesting attack. Basic attack damage is increased. Interesting. That seems pretty good. Her common key is not bad, I think. Her common key is not bad at all. Let's go and love her. You can pretend to be good by fixing the nightmares. Wheeze. You see, you're saying all this, but this all comes back to making a cult. Everything comes back to making a cult. You give people nightmares that you can fix their problems, so they come looking for you. And then you fix it. And they leave you. You know what happens? Those nightmares come back. I don't know why, but those nightmares come back. I'm just saying. It's a circle, man. Everything comes back to make a religion. Everything comes back to make a religion. Because like even make successful business, in a sense, is gonna circle back to make a religion. Because look at how many people are so loyal to these fucking companies they buy their makeup and stuff from, right? These health brands. It's all a circle. It all comes back. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. Yeah, mechanically though, they can't go invisible, right? In Pokemon, mechanically it doesn't really go invisible. Remember, we're going off mechanics. I think the closest thing, yeah, minimize isn't invisibility though. It's evasiveness, right? If you want quote unquote invisibility, your best option is like a Zoroark, right? Because it can change its identity. Yeah, I said I'm going off mechanics though. Mechanically, it doesn't actually go invisible. Yeah, I like Zoroark is your best bet at invisibility. It's not really invisibility, but it can disguise itself, right? You just look like a normal fucking dude. That's honestly, that is invisibility. In real life, being able to not go notice is essentially invisibility. Sure, it's not as cool as like what people, you know, want invisibility to be. But that's the most real invisibility there is. That's why like spy work is so big, right? You don't even realize you're like who a spy is if the spy is doing their job properly. Because they just look like a normal dude. Invisibility doesn't have to be like this fancy fucking cloaking technology. Because that's not realistic. Magnazone or Probopass? Oh man. Oh man, you get a Magnazone and you just fucking you just walk next to fucking like banks. Completely wiping hard drives. Ah yes. Is this where you store the servers where you store information about all the loans people have taken out? Mechanically, there is no Pokemon that goes invisible. Oh, Kecleon. I think you could argue it's more camouflage rather than invisibility. But I think I would agree Kecleon could do it, right? Technically not invisibility, but I would be okay with deeming it pseudo invisibility. It's kind of like how like I was saying, like spies using like disguise themselves. That's pseudo invisibility. That's the most real invisibility can get, right? I assume I'm supposed to, yeah, let's put some fucking nodes in. I don't actually have a lot of mats for nodes. Oh wait, why do I have 600 of those? I don't actually farm the node stuff a lot. I'm surprised I have so many. What the fuck? Why do I have so many nodes? Oh, as I say it, I'm about to run out. I'm at 164 over 120. As I say it, I'm about to run out. Does Meowscarade turn invisible? I don't know enough about Meowscarade. I'm gonna be honest. I could not properly answer that. Magic Trick? Magic Trick Pokemon. No, not Magic Tricks with Pokemon cards. Move. That didn't work. It's telling me a bunch of stuff about Trick. Not something called Power Trick? Are you talking Power Trick? No, it's not Power Trick. Power Trick's something else. Meowscarada. English is hard. Meowscarada. Alright. What kind of moves do you get? Where's your move list? Dog, you don't get... There's no movement? Are you fucking trolling me right now? Where's the move list? Move learn. I don't see anything named something Trick. Is this like an ability? Is this an ability? Flower Trick? Never misses, always crits. That's not what you're talking about, I feel like. I don't feel like that's what we're talking about. I have no clue. Meowscarada goes invisible? Question mark? In the anime... Nope, that doesn't say anything about invisibility. Hold up. Find in page. Nope. I don't see anything about invisibility that pops up in at all. Even in the anime, the invisible flower stem can be used to bind and trap opponents in battle. I guess it has an invisible flower stem. Question mark? Meowscarada carries a 4-petaled green flower, whose stem is hidden by the reflective fur on its cape, creating the illusion of floating. Oh, that's what you're talking about. That it's not that Meowscarada itself is invisible. There's a piece that is. What's up, King Killer? Thanks for the resub, man. I appreciate it. It has a vine. The flower or whatever. Yeah. Oh, its fur reflects the light. That's not what it's saying. Or whatever I read said, but sure. I could see that argument. But like, it's gotta catch the light just right for that to work right, I feel like, right? Or is it gonna work like it does like those quote-unquote invisibility cloaks that like reflect whatever, not reflect, but like project whatever's behind it in front of it? Because like they don't look quite, it's not quite perfect, if you know what I mean, right? I have not read or watched My Hero, so I could not tell you. I could not tell you who you're talking about. It absorbs light? Yep. Let me think. Is that... Wouldn't there just be like a missing spot in your vision then? Or am I misunderstanding how that would look in real life? I've never put consideration into that. Is there a Stephen Hawking theory for this? Invisibility by absorbing light. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Because absorbing light was what I was thinking. If you just absorbed light, that would make essentially Vanta black. By not reflecting any light, that you would cause, if you absorbed all the light hitting you, you would essentially just turn into Vanta black. That's... No, but that's not how it works. Yeah, black is a lack of light. It's not that black is a color being reflected at us. Like, you turn off the lights, that is the absence of light. So you see black. But it's that you're not seeing anything, right? So if something was absorbing all light, like look at a black hole, like, or obviously you can't see a black hole, but like look at like images of black holes we've taken. You see the event horizon where all the light is like gathered around it. So there's like a ring around the black hole, and then it's just black because there is no light. It cannot reflect anything. So you just see black, even though it's surrounded by light. It is absorbing all the light and not reflecting anything. So if Meowscarada was turning invisible by absorbing all light, it would turn into a black silhouette. That's not how that works. It would have to, for invisibility, there's either transparency or there is refraction or like bending light. Which the concept of that is like you look directly at the thing. Hold up. The idea would be, let's say there's eye. Eye is looking this way, okay? You see this side of the person, but they are they're refracting the light around them. So you only see what's behind, you don't see this part of them. You only see like the back of them. Yeah, like a crystal. So you didn't say reflecting, you said absorbing. Reflecting would be a mirror. You said absorbing. You said the fur absorbs light. And that would become just a black silhouette. The world is weird, but it does follow certain like laws, right? So even if it was like refracting light, I do think there was a concept material that was shown. It wasn't a material. It was like a, I don't know. It wasn't even like a refracting though. I think it was more of a projection, where it was like screens essentially, where you could hide between two barriers essentially, and one side of the barrier would show what's on the other side of the barrier if you just look straight, rather than seeing that there's a barrier, but it's not perfect. So from certain angles, it doesn't look right, you know, because it's not truly refracting light. So yeah, invisibility is kind of, you know, it's kind of a weird topic where it doesn't quite work. It feels like 3 3 3 3 3 3, and this is free as long as 1 2 3 4 5 6 18. Jesus, I don't think I'm gonna unlock all of these. I'm gonna unlock the ones that she probably wants. Let me just Google it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna Google it. Which keys does she actually want? Keys. Let's see. Fix keys. Core to her function. Rest thee well. And quickly so we can sleep. I knew this was gonna be one of them, right? I knew this was gonna be one of them. And then rest thee well. I was pretty sure this was gonna be good too. I was pretty sure this was gonna be good. Okay. And then situationally, you either go horror movie night or loser spirit. Damn, that's rude. Oh, this doesn't need you to get the pairs. As long as you get to 4 or 6, it activates. Naruhodo. So loser spirit, which is when using a basic attack, cleanse buffs from the target. Good for bossing. When using active skill Dreamquake, applies. Oh, this is also good for bossing. Do y'all live near each other? Are y'all about to IRL meetup? Ain't no way. Using active skill Dreamquake applies acid corrosion. 2 turns. Dreamquake is her second skill, I think. Causing them to take more corrosion damage after she makes them weak to corrosion. Or this one, cleanse. I feel like I should get both. It's gonna take a flight over from America at some point. Oh, okay. Naruhodo. Yeah, that's like future plan. Not current, like right now kind of thing. Imagine just shows up on your doorstep. Nyamien. Alright. I did all that, but the issue is I also need to go Pariah for the poison team, and I haven't even got to that. I haven't even gotten to that part. Pain. I need to buy her weapon, but I don't think I have enough to get her weapon yet, right? Trading post? Growth? No. Here. Yeah, we need like 400 more pools. Oop. I don't think that's actually 1-to-1, so maybe not 400, but you know what I mean. You just hear "Hey chat" from outside. Chat, is this real? Am I at this guy's house right now? Chat, this is real? He's hiding from me. Let me in, man.
나름 성과가 있네요. 네.
Chat, I'm only gonna break into his house. It's fine. Everyone here does it. It's normal. Did y'all hear that about fucking what's her face extra Emily or something? What a dumb idiot. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I guess I should just... So, I guess extra Emily was doing a stream where she was driving. And she turns the camera around, pointing at the road. And she just blows through a red light. And she's like, yeah, the red lights here take forever. So I just don't stop at them. It's like, what? The fuck? And then people in the replies are like, oh, why are y'all acting like that's so wrong? Everyone does it. It's like, who the fuck are you talking about? Everyone? Revoke all of these people's licenses, please. Arrest every single one of them, too. Like, what the fuck do you mean everyone does it? I need you to clarify who everyone is. Because you sure as fuck ain't talking about me. Like, what the fuck? How fucking stupid are you? I hope... I don't normally wish the worst for people, but I hope the cops see her stream. It's not like she can delete it, right? It's all over fucking the internet already. She can't hide it. So hopefully, some legal action is taken. What about everyone? Apparently, everyone just blows through stop signs. That's normal. You don't stop at stop signs. They just take so long. That's not how it fucking works, you dumb fucking bitch. That's so fucking, like, stupid to say. Like, what? The traffic laws exist for a reason. They might be annoying sometimes, but they exist for a fucking reason. You don't just blow through stop signs. I'm not finding very good machine gun attachments for Priya right now, I'm gonna be honest. Very disappointed. What is this? Oh, Mekti, because I got her. Duh. Give Mekti a gift once. Alright, you get one gift, bitch. Actually, I'll give you 5. Because I need to give 5 for daily quest anyways. Clear any stage with Mekti deployed. Okay, sure. We can do that, I think. Right? Let me just go to platoon, essential task. She has gone into crashes before. No fucking wonder. No wonder she's gotten into crashes before. I wonder why. You know, it's not like she's breaking any laws or anything. And admitting to it on the internet. And being proud of it. Saying it's normal. I'm not a hater. I hate everyone. I can't be a hater. Roundabouts take too much time, so just drove through it. You know what's even better though, Crow? She probably wouldn't even know what to do at a roundabout. She might just blow through it. You joke, but I'm dead ass. I guess that's good enough to me. Killed like half of them just doing that. Do the same when your mom looks away from the road for a bit. Too long to point at something, or look at you and you go eyes on the road and she said, I trust my skills. I trust you to crash us and kill us all. Yeah, that's the thing about driving, you know? You're not the only person on the road. That's the thing. that people seem to not be realizing. Girls playing girls Fortnite? That's right. We love fork knife. We love fork knife.
나름 성과가 있네요.
How you doing, Jester?
딱 3초 후.
You just press gas.
덕분에
Duh.
하고 싶은 걸 할 시간이 생겼네요.
I'm chilling, you know, living my worst life. And then that should be done for doing a map with Mechty deployed, right? Misspelled macchiato, my favorite. Mechty is available for deployment. Wow. Alrighty. I don't think she's getting deployed, but sure. We have a ton of these, but we can't actually upgrade all of these because we haven't upgraded everyone to a high enough, you know, affinity. I need 70 more? Jesus. How would I get to 70 more? 10, 30. And then get you, one of you to 5. That would get 70. Do I have enough to get one of y'all to 5? Hold up. Why am I doing the lowest fucking rarity? Oh boy. Maybe? We get real close. I mean, that does get there. Just we get to 5. Sure. Oh, we get some more pools out of this. Oh shit, wait, we have 20 pools on the standard banner. We're gonna use those. We got pools, we're using pools, right? I didn't use them so I could use them on stream. And then we gotta do Mechty to 3, I think. Damn, this bitch is fucking asleep. What the fuck? This bitch is straight up asleep. You have a good one, Weez. Remember to use that SpongeBob episode where Squirtle does everything right but keeps getting fucked because SpongeBob can't try for shit? Not like this. Damn, you sleep like that, bitch? You sleep like that? Get help. But this does give us more stats. We have got there. Poggies. Bulwark. Attack, health, defense up. Combat rapport. Production and storage limit up. Okay, sure. I'm at 14 now. There's oh, dorm. It's let's go to recruitment because we have at least 20 pools. I saw, right? Yep. I think I'm still fine with focusing this on Tololo. I don't have a Mosin, but I'm not really worried about getting a Mosin. Ooh, okay, we hit an SSR. We hit an SSR, boys. Easy. Yay! 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Did I get another QJ? The amount of QJs I get is insane. The amount of QJs I get is actually mental. I think this is V4 now. Which is not bad. I'm not complaining. Until she's 6, I'm not complaining. Because I do want to build the burn team. But like, man, do I get a lot of QJs. And then rip another temple. Nothing in this one. Yeah, cheetah. Yeah, I said nothing. I said it. Alright, another fortification down. V4. Applies vulnerable to targets that are not protected by cover for 1 turn. Pressing the momentum. I think that's her ult, right? Yeah, it's her ult. So now it also applies vulnerable. Interesting. That's pretty good. And then next she's gonna get when performing support action, or action support, sorry, applies damage up 2, and that to self-fan allied unit before allied unit makes their attack. So it buffs their attack. Very good. Very good. Okay. Okay. V4QJ. She's slowly getting up there, man. She's slowly getting up there. Oh, there's a new weapon skin. Because we got the box. We got the G11. I forgot I put the scope on. I forgot this is the sight I put on here. It's so goofy. It's so goofy. That is not a sight. How are you aiming with that bitch? This bitch better be hip firing everything, because you ain't gonna know where you aiming. Holy fuck. All right, let's see. Let me looking through the legs, brother. I do want to pre-farm her shit, but I don't know when her shit's gonna come out. Because at some point she turns her support actions into fire, and at that point you need to swap her to burn damage rather than what is she on right now? Phase strike. You want to swap to burn boost. But I still need to build Paritya. So that's a bigger concern right now. Because the corrosion team is active, technically. It does exist. It just needs, you know, gear. Paritya's also not leveled yet. That might be a problem. Attack, defense, attack. None of these are fucking crit, man. Smoge. Oh, Mekti's gonna be in here now, right? That's a mood. That's a fucking mood. Just fucking laid out. What a dumb idiot. Look at this bozo. Just... Flame all. Flame. You should really if you're not gonna play, you might as well. I don't say this as like a hater, like, oh, well, you're not playing the game. They're just like, genuinely, if you're not gonna play the game, there's no point in keeping games installed. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I don't feel like you've missed too much. I mean, the water team is still on its way, and that's the true meta strongest team, right? So all you need to do is pull Mekti, get Paritya from the standard banner, and then you have a corrosion team. Because you just borrow Kluke anyways. And then Hydro team, I mean, Fire team's not even fully out yet, right? QJ, and then like everyone else for the Fire team, sorry, QJ, Ksenia, or Sentorasai, which I don't think you were here for so Ksenia, which is still fine because Sentorasai isn't even that good at the moment. She would rerun when her thing comes out, so you didn't really miss that. Game is too goonery. I ignore all the gooner aspects. But yeah, Sharkery, I'm sure you already have, Crow. Ksenia, QJ, it's gonna be Vector when Vector comes out. And then there's the other, I forgot, it was like a fire shotgun, I think, that came out a bit ago. But that's gonna be like the fire team, I'm pretty sure. So two of the main unit, oh sorry, the main unit for the fire team isn't here yet. They pushed it during the level up screens, I mean, they push it once, and then you can just skip it from them there on. Like, if you pay too much attention to the game, you're gonna see it, right? Is there fire sniper? I don't think so. I could be wrong. Let me check. GFO fire rifle. No, there is not a fire rifle. Or sniper rifle. There is a fire shotgun. There is a fire SMG. SMG is vector. There's also parry for SMG, but I don't think she's that good, from my understanding. What is Faye? I think Faye is like Hydra or something, isn't it? Faye. That not J. Faye. I typed. Faye is. What are you? Handgun. What is she? Is Faye. What are you? What element are you, bitch? Oh, she is fire. Oh. No, she's not fire. Wait, what is fucking Faye? What are you, bitch? You're not fire, are you? Huh? What are you? Wait, she's just ballistic damage? You're trolling. If that's the case, she's not going to be very good. I hate to say it, but she's not going to be very good. If she doesn't have an element. No way, she's not. She's elementless? She's just physical? Physical has no true support at the moment. So physical, just straight up physical damage is bad right now. There is no new blade unit still. There is still no new blade. The closest thing to a new blade we got was Diane, right? But even then, I'm pretty sure she's AR. Yeah. The closest thing to melee that came out was Diane. Hold up. I need to use my energy. Oh, I can use a little more, right? I can use a little more. Not AR. SMG, MG. I need to build my Pritya, so we're looking for Pritya pieces. That is not a Pritya piece. That's a fucking SMG piece, god damn it. Pritya's not even built. But I do kind of need to get her built for tomorrow. Because tomorrow's when, what's it? Gunsmoke's active again, right? How you doing, by the way, Sayonara? I'm gonna call you Dis. Because Disobeys is too long, and Sayonara is definitely too long. Or, I could give you a deranged nickname that I will forget. We could just call you Ara from the end of Sayonara, right? Just absolutely deranged behavior from Rainy VTube. You wonder how much more damage Pritya's doing with Mekti? Mekti turns Mekti turns Pritya's support action into corrosion. So a lot. Swine up. Dalmice. Black Belt's training. Shelmet. Excavalier. Volcarona. Brock's scouting. What is this? Search for 2 basic or 1 evolution. Reveal, put it in hand. Shuffle. Hops Rookity. Unfortunately, the Hops deck doesn't use the Rookity. I'm pretty sure. Lombre. Ooh, Reshiram EX. Very pretty. Very shiny. Fire energy. Oh my god. Never gets old. Never gets old. Just get hyped as fuck for fire energy. Clean card, thanks. Yeah, these are our hits so far. Oh, not all of them, but we got the Lily's Clefairy. We got the Bubble Mew. We got the Magikarp. Carmine. Iris's Fighting Spirit. I like the Frostlass. I like the Cleffa. we pulled this from the latest set, right? Hops Wooloo, and then there's a Gardevoir EX. And then there's technically an Ortega down here too. We have some other ones on the side, but it's fine. I'm not gonna go through everything. But yeah, Mekti turns Pritia's damage into corrosion, which is gonna be like really big, I think. Because Mekti is gonna make the target in Gunsmoke weak to corrosion, right? And then she's gonna increase corrosion damage through, what is it? Where is it? Toxic Intonation, which you also get through your Helix, or is it Toxic Intonation? Yeah. When any weakness exploit is exploited, applies in the inundation, English hard. And then Toxic Mist also is applying this is the toxic field, making them weak to corrosion, right? So you have two ways to apply it with those two keys alone. And then I haven't gotten her third key yet. I haven't decided which one I want because I need to see what boss it is. But you can either get the key that makes it so she cleanses two buffs from the target before attacking when using her basic attack. Or you get, which one was it? Not this one. It's this one. When using this active skill Dreamquake, which if we double check, Dreamquake is her skill 1. So when using Dreamquake, applies acid corrosion, which reduces their defense by 30% for 2 turns. So, you know, that's gonna help a lot, and then it's gonna turn all of Pritia's by using her ultimate. I think it's her ultimate, right? Those are skill 3. It's her second skill. Applies Dream Guardian to all allied units within 8 tiles for 2 turns, which is AoE damage dealt by support attacks is increased by 30%. So increases her damage by 30%. Because if we go to her passive, when enemy unit within range takes AoE damage from an allied unit, performs 1 instance of action support, dealing AoE physical, and then gains index. And then, from my understanding, at the start of battle, Mekti enters patch mode and applies Nightmare Form to all allies. Nightmare Form AoE damage dealt is increased by 10%. AoE damage dealt by support attacks is increased by 50%. Additionally, AoE support attacks damage is changed to corrosion. So because Pritia's AoE, her action support is AoE damage, it is increased by a shit ton and turned into corrosion damage, which Mekti makes the target weak to corrosion damage. So basically, it goes crazy. And my understanding, I haven't watched any videos or anything, but my understanding is Kluke activates all of Pritia's support actions, basically. And then vice versa, by activating her support actions, Pritia then feeds back into Kluke. So Kluke can basically spam ult, I think, is the understanding. The corrosion team is, let me check. I don't know it off the top of my head because I wasn't exactly planning on going for corrosion team, but turns out Kluke is really good. So trying to make use of it is probably a good idea. I don't know how else to put that. It's probably a good idea though. Corrosion team is, where did I post this? Let's see. Corrosion team is Kluke, Mekti, Pritia, And then the last two really don't matter. You bring a healer, so like Suomi or Ksenia. But you're probably running a burn team right now, right? So you're probably just Suomi, because the burn team wants Ksenia at the moment. And then for your fifth option, you just bring anyone who does DPS. So you could bring like Macchiato, Pololo. I mean, who else? I don't know. Just anyone who does damage, really. You could technically slot in a Papasha, right? I don't think Papasha's great. I wouldn't recommend building Papasha, I don't think. Because Papasha is only good for guild content. In Gunsmoke, right? Specifically for Gunsmoke. But if you're willing to build an additional unit just for Gunsmoke, Papasha does actually help out a lot. From my understanding. But yeah, you would probably just bring Tololo or Macchiato. And then the second team is probably going to be the burn team, right? Because the burn team is stronger than the ice team. That's my thoughts on that. You could correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not super well versed in GFL. I'm not doing like a ton of research or anything. I'm just kind of casually playing, and then, you know, whenever I have questions on what to build, I look it up or someone tells me. Smile. I am not that fucking like deep in it. Man, I want more cores. Pog. I haven't done the event stuff yet. Yeah, my fucking tickets are full. Don't worry, they weren't full yesterday. It was at 3 yesterday. It's not that I capped it. Let's do these stages real quick. It's just gonna be bring Kluke, I'm pretty sure, but Kluke is such a stupid unit. She's so strong for no reason. Yeah, let's go grab a Kluke. Smile. Okay. We're gonna put you right here. We're gonna start. Oh. I can apparently deploy some stuff. Sure. We're gonna blow the shit up out of this area. Smile. Okay. How about start? Everything there will die. Is basically what I'm doing. So we're gonna throw that right there. That's gonna kill everyone there. It's a lot of explosions. What a dumb unit. Grab QJ. Ult. Dololo. We're gonna shoot you. Move up slightly. Shoot. Oh, we can't see from there, duh. That's good enough. You can just move up, to be honest. Maybe I should put you on high ground, but I don't think it matters. Because Kluke is about to end this right now. Smile. Goodbye, world. Kluke is so stupid. This is a V6 Kluke from someone in the guild that I'm borrowing. I thought they had a V3 Kluke, but they just kept pooling, I guess, after they said they were gonna stop. I'm pretty sure they said they were gonna stop, but clearly that wasn't the case. All right, let's move. No one. Honestly, I should bring Mekti and all that, but whatever. All right, I have no idea what this boss does. I have not read anything they said. We're gonna ult here. Oh my god, what happened? Oh my god, what happened? The boss is dead. That's crazy. Okay, man. What a dumb unit. Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought this was a good idea? What the fuck? It's the most ridiculous unit I've ever fucking seen. I don't know if power creep can get worse than this. Apparently it does though, right? Apparently Springfield is the best unit in the game. And she's not even out yet, so... we haven't even seen the fucking, like, start of it. Oh, I needed this too. Sure. Let me just click Kuke and then press auto. Smile. I'm not reading all that. I ain't reading all that either. You can see I am not a lore reader for this game. I'm just here to play it. No thoughts. Just vehicular manslaughter. Your positioning is slightly off. What if I go here? That's good enough. That's good enough. 'Cause I think this one will explode and kill the one in the back. Yeah. Good enough. We'll go here. Ooh, one short. There, perfect. Because this will explode and kill these two, I think. You're... Oh, why is that an option? Why is that an option? So, how's everyone doing today? Y'all playing any good games lately? Like I said, I've been thinking of playing a Split Fiction with Mew. We haven't worked out when we're playing, or like, you know, if we're gonna do it for sure. And then I do want to play something with Sunny at some point. I've been meaning to play something with her for a while. This is the exact same map? I feel like I should have paid attention because I feel like I'm missing out on something. Is there a reason we're on the exact same map? Oh, hold up. I need a tab somewhere. Alright, let's vehicular manslaughter this. Vroom. Explode, 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 explode. And then we reposition you here. Go here, and that should kill them all. Bye. Wow, the first explosion reaches that far? That's ridiculous. It hit off all of the other three. I thought it was just gonna hit two of them. Oh, Oh. This is lore anyway, so I couldn't... There was no continue button. Lore? In my Vidya games? There is one branch. There's two branching paths. I was gonna say there's one, but... Honestly, I could do all that off stream, because it's just fucking autoing. What's in the shop? I haven't looked at it yet. There's a skin, there's some pulls. There's cores. I value cores super highly. Because this is the main limiting factor for this game, right? You're always running out of cores in this game, it feels like. We'll get the pools. Oh, that's not the premium one. Give me the premium pools first. Pools. Premium currency. Key. Which one is this? Attack defense? Sure. And then we'll come back and buy more, right? Once we get more currency. We're basically done on this one, though. I don't think I'm ever coming back to this shop. Once I click this. I've been getting weapon XP because I don't have any weapon XP, it feels like. I'm sure I have some, but it don't ever feel like I do. What is Path Forger? Oh, it's the dice minigame. Again? I'm not sure how I feel about, like... I feel like there's too many minigames in this game. There's too many minigames, man. Y'all need to calm the fuck down. It's too much. At some point, it's too much. And we've definitely hit that point. I was thinking about getting this skin, but I missed a sale, so I'm not gonna get the skin now. Or this one? Whichever one it was. Now I'm not getting it. Because I'm not paying that much for it. That's crazy thought. Micro games? Bruh. A teeny game? Oh, you know, I did all that shit and forgot the gear, Mekti. I did all that and then forgot to fucking put gear on her. Holy shit. She has no attachments. The fuck you mean Sharky could show even more cheeks? You know it. That's what you're looking for, right? Corrosion boost. I think it's this one? No. There was one was crit on here, right? Yeah, I didn't calibrate it yet, but calibrate. Quick selection. These aren't that good, so I don't feel like using these, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I don't ever use these anyways. I have 72 of them. You know what? Fuck it. It's not like I'm ever gonna use these. Might as well just fucking throw them away. Wow. It's pretty bad. We got minerals on 2 of them and then an extra 40% on 1. It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's why I don't ever use those. I'm just saying. There's a reason I don't use them bitches. Like, look at that. It cut the first one in half, but we get way more percentage and way more crit rate. Is that better? That's better, right? The base attack is lowered, but fuck it. We're going to take it. Did I equip that? I meant to equip that. I did not equip that. All right, what do we got here? Attack, health. We're just looking for locked because we have a lock plan. So anything that's good is locked. Quote unquote good. It has attack and attack boost. Those are the main stats she wants, right? Unfortunate. Okay. So we're going to put attack boost attack. And then we're going to go for... I guess we'll just go this one. This one has health boost, but we don't really care about that. We just want high attack and attack percent. This one's slightly better. Yeah. I'm not going to use the thing on this one. Yeah, I don't care if health rolls min. Wow, that's a crazy roll for attack boost. Wow, that rolled really well. The health rolled nothing, but that rolled pretty good. Look at this abomination of a fucking rifle, though. Attack, crit, attack. I think I have a lot of attack, crit, attack. What is this roll on the crit, dude? This is so giga fucking troll. It's so giga troll. Look at this abomination. Luckily, it's gonna look like this. Smile, but still. So what are your stats at now? You're still worse than Ksenia, but that's because I don't have you leveled to 60. Do I really want to invest you to 60? Do I have the match to get you to 60? I do. It's gonna use like half of my mats. A little under, but still. Yeah, sure, why not? You're still under Ksenia, really? You're still worse than Ksenia? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. When did I get this? Oh, it's from the trust thing, right? This looks more worse? This looks worse? Nah. You want this? You want to run around with this bad boy? Fucking rail. Look at the shit. It's an abomination. Love me some exposed wires. Lick it. Huh? When using Baker's honestly, we should just get this one, to be honest. That's probably the best option. Let me see if there's something I want to replace here. What are you running right now? Attack, defense, attack, crit. Can I replace this one? This one's attack, defense, 30% each. Crit, damage, attack. That just seems better. Thanks. We don't care about your defense. We just get a kill, right? I'm probably going to borrow Kluka anyways, but... 56%. I think one piece of her weapon is not on crit rate, though. What is she running right now? Attack, crit, crit damage, attack. Attack, crit, attack. Attack, attack, health. Attack, crit, attack. Yeah, this one's not running crit. So if I can swap this to crit, obviously we don't have one yet, but once we get it, that'll be like an additional 10%. That'll be 66. That's not bad, right? Wrap your pinky with them, feeling a little quirky. This guy. This fucking guy. I did all that, but the worst part is I still need to build, what's her face? Pritya. Pritya's still not built. Pain, Peckle. I don't have a weapon yet. I don't even have a weapon yet. Oh, man. Oh, man. I always forget that this thing is here. This boundary push. Because there's not a separate button for that on the main menu. There are stuff in... Like, there's rewards and shit in here. I should be doing this. I just always forget it's here. Is this a permanent game mode? It's under time-limited event. When does this end? I don't actually know. When does this end? Stealth. Wow. Stealth. I don't really notice game mode, to be honest. Alright. I think we're gonna swap to Arknights, though. Arknights. Bark Knights. Bark, bark, motherfuckers. Huh? What is this guy saying? Let's see. Let me just click a few buttons. What are you pogging over, huh? Let's click at the button. Yes, yes. Let's move my chat boxes over to my other window so I can see it easier. Poggies. Click at the button. Click at the button. Yes, yes, yes. Arknights. Moo moo. Change this to Arknights. Yes. A slime doobie gaming.
Asleep again.
Asleep
We've done a lot
again.
of work already,
Wake
so
up.
I'll let you have 10 minutes.
I'm Vanilla.
Vanilla?
Reader from Blacksteel. Looking for...
Whatever. Your new skin's nice and all, but whatever.
I'm Lava. a
Lava?
character, Here to join you simply because I'm bored and want something.
Give me a
to
random
do.
4-star.
But
Come
I
on.
turned my-
Y'all dropped my 4-star tag earlier. No! They dropped my 4-star tag and didn't give me a 4-star return. Those sons of... How dare they disrespect me like this? Mang. Ooh, Caster Slow. This is Gray. Or maybe Nightmare. Don't really need dupes either, but you know. I'll take it. I'll take a 4-star or a 5-star for gold certs. Okay, move this over here. I need to make more trust farms, but I'm too lazy to do them. truly rain moment. How's everyone doing in the event so far? Y'all fucking finished it all? Hold up, did I click this? I just need to click this to make sure I need to be doing the lore readings. I know I should be doing them. You got the trimmed metal? Nice. I think I remember you mentioning that. I'm proud of you. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you, buddy. I believed. I've been farming the rocks. Because it feels like rocks get used. Oh, I forgot about the tier listing we're going to look at. Wow, I forgot. Where did he post that? Let's see, Tort. Where did he post that? I forgot to save it. Hold up. Tier. An Arknight's tier list. Dead Side Edition. There it is. Found it. Looking. Reviewing a fantastic tier list with no flaws or mistakes. Right? There's no flaws or mistakes on this tier list, right? I'm sure I will find no issue with anything inside of this tier list at all. Smile. All right. What are we working on? This is the home of the new tier list, formerly hosted on GamePress. GamePress is 100% dead. So they overhauled the entire thing, and they're now just putting it on this Google Sheet. Got it. Got it. General assumptions. This list assumes full investment. It considers the unit at E2, max level, potential, masteries, and module. It is not a new player list. Okay. Okay. One of the issues with creating tier lists in Arknights is that the rankings are almost never absolute. They are relative to whatever the perspective of the list creator is. A high-risk CC player will view things differently from a niche player who will view things differently from an IS player. Yesn't? Sure, okay. That said, perspective we're aiming for here is high ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. Ceiling is given more weight than ease of use. Mode-specific values or roles are considered, however the grades here must account for the entire game. Being good in a single game mode is not enough to be well graded alone. I don't know, man. Some units are only good in that one game mode. That said, the new IS specific modules require special attention since they are so powerful and IS is a major game mode. Units with a large difference in value will be noted. Okay. Value in challenge clears or niche may be considered. Honestly, I would not. Personally, I would not give niche very high weight. Okay, this list is intended for general player, not advanced niche. I feel like just saying niche covers it. Because, like, advanced niche, okay, you think you're cooler because you're fucking limiting what units you can use? Got it. This list reflects global server. Metas only needed to point. Changes from old list. Robots 2 and 3s have 3 stars have been removed. There's no value in including them. They're just bad. Smile. Instead, it just closes the grading system, removing granularity from all units. Because they cannot be promoted to E2 and only have basic skills, their value is vastly inferior to anything 4 stars or higher. I don't know, man. 3 stars? I feel like 3 stars could have stayed on. 2 and lower? I mean, 2 stars are only 2 units anyways, right? Wait, no, there's more than 2. Sorry. There's more than 2. That's my bad. Only Yato matters for the 2 stars though, in my opinion, because there are very specific circumstances where her being a pseudo fast redeploy could matter for a newer player or a general player, right? There are very few instances of that such, but there are instances that could matter. Disrespecting Durin dodge? Look, man, dodge is not something I'm ever going to value that high in a tier list, especially after having to do CC beta, or was it 0? Helliger and F-Eater dodge strats, okay? Don't talk to me about dodge. Fuck dodge. That shit was AIDS. All right. Standard space of rankings for 6 stars has been expanded. Previously, most 6 stars existed between S+ and A+. Now, most 6 stars fall between S+ and B+. That means units having lower grades than they did in the old list. That's good though, because if you just put every fucking 6 star in A+ or higher, that's not a very good tier list, I think, because it's not being truthful, really. Like, if your lowest grade is A+, you're telling me you put Rosemontis on A+? Bitch, I would put Rosemontis on a fucking, like, C or D. So, like, I'm just saying. This demotion is not necessarily because the unit is now bad. Game difficulty has not meaningfully changed. Game difficulty has not meaningfully changed. Meaningfully, I guess meaningfully it hasn't, but like they've just increased the stats of everything. So everything from the beginning of the game just does less damage. So I feel like units that were okay may have turned worse. As a large Chen fan, I would say that there is a, you know, some drop in a tier list for Chen, as I hate to say it, but it's true, right? She is just strictly worse than she used to be. I like when the game was new, I would have put her like A+ or S. Like she did so much, right? The heli dropping was super good. The fucking her skill 3 when you needed it fucking popped off. Now you heli drop and it feels like it does no damage. You activate your skill 3 and it does no damage. Literally I did it side by side with the gen breaker, right? Skill 3 did nothing, and then the gen breaker activated and killed fucking everything without even trying. So like clearly game difficulty has changed somewhat. I wouldn't say like it's changed meaningfully, because the difficulty has only been increased by adding stats. So that like mechanically nothing has changed, right? So I don't know. I would say some demotions might just be because the unit is now bad. As a Chen fan, I'm willing to admit it. You know, I've been coping hard as fuck, I'm aware. But like it is what it is, man. This allows for more granular rankings. This makes the list more meaningful and better reflective of the meta. I mean, I'm fine with 6 stars being graded lower than B+, to be honest. Like, obviously, rating a 6-star lower than a 4-star might be a little rough, because like you're telling me that 4 stars more useful. But like, if you look at like Myrtle, it's like, yeah, maybe Myrtle is better than some 6 stars. Right? What's up, Chi? How you doing? How you doing? We're going through an Arc Knight's tier list. This is formerly Game Press's tier list, right? Game Press is now officially Game Press Arc Knights is officially dead. It is not coming back. It has been confirmed. So they've moved the tier list to this spreadsheet. So I'm gonna be going through this and giving my thoughts. And this is their this is how they're ranking essentially, and some changes from the old list. That means B plus acts as sort of a cutoff. For 6-star to be ranked lower, they have to be especially terrible. For 4-star or 5-star to be ranked higher, they have to be especially great. Okay, so you're telling me there's a chance Rosemontis is actually a C tier. Because this thing said most 6-stars fall between S plus and B plus, so I was like, man, I'd put fucking Rosemontis in D, man. Same as Visual. Visual's pretty bad. I'm sorry, Frigid. I know you use Visual, but like he's pretty bad. Similarly, C minus is the floor for most units. Like in school, anything ranked below this should be considered failing as reserved for the worst units. Okay, you know what? That's not true though, right? D is pass. D is a pass. F is a fail. So I don't agree with this, personally. I think they should have put F as like literal fucking garbage. Like, this unit should not exist, and the game is worse off for existing. I think that's what they should use that tier for. I don't agree that C minus is the floor. I think C minus should be dead average. You can use them in most content. There are better picks for than that unit, right? I think that's what C minus should be. Because like in school, like I'm just saying, if you get obviously you shouldn't be trying to get D's in school. You should be trying to get, high grades. But a D is not technically failing. Reading this gives me big an Asian was here vibes. As an Asian, this gives me big your parents were definitely Asian vibes. Should try and clear stuff with the 12 lowest units on this list? Ugh, I don't know about that. I haven't looked at the list yet, but I don't know about that. As a result of the expanded 6-star space and raised floor, the middle and bottom ranks of the list have been compressed. Yeah, I don't agree with that though. I think the F should be fail. Like, D should be pretty more bad. C should be perfectly average. They will work in most content. But there are better and worse options, right? That's how I think it should be. Because if you put the Genbreaker and Irene in the same tier, I don't think that's correct, right? You guess it's probably because there's an S tier, which doesn't exist for grading. Yeah, but even then, D should be failing then, right? Because if you're gonna raise everything by 1 grade, because now there's an S tier, D should be failing. I don't know. I guess C. I guess then this does become me. I don't know, man. I don't. I feel like S. I feel like S should be 100%, basically, right? And then S plus would be you got extra credit, while A is just you got 99 to 100. That's my opinion. So an S is still an A. It's just the very best of the A, right? That's how I think the scale should be. Instead of saying like, oh, things may be in the same tier, but that's because we don't have enough space. I said it earlier. The Genbreaker and Irene cannot be on the same tier, in my opinion. They're not even close to the same tier. The Genbreaker is definitely higher by at least 1 grade than Irene. I like Irene. Like, I'm a huge Chen fan, but Chen's definitely like, at this point in the game, with like how high enemy defense and resistance have gotten, Chen does like no damage. I say this as a major Chen fan, right? Like, she just does no damage. Okay. So let's get into this tier list. Oh boy. Let's get into this. Oh, there's also an EX tier apparently. Okay. So EX is the best of the best? Hold up, we're gonna zoom in a bit. We're gonna go one at a time. I don't wanna. It's fine. Smile. I can't. Okay, it's not fine. I guess I'll just scroll over. We're gonna go one. We're gonna go one class at a time, though. All right. Ignore what's on the right. Actually, wait. I can just fucking do this. Give me a second. Smile. Okay. Oh, I guess I could have just zoomed in with this. You're right. Oops. Oh, you're right. Oopsies. I may be a little silly Billy. Give me a second. There's no scuff here, officer. I'm a flawless streamer. Clueless. Give me a second. Let me readjust a few things on the windows here. We'll move that right there is fine. Can I change this to higher? 300. It doesn't go to 300. Okay. Well, it's just going to be at 200 then. All right, EX. So, it is saying for the Vanguards, Enos is the best Vanguard in the entire game. That's what that means, right? Let's see. Let me pull up a list of Vanguards, right? Let's see. So this is only looking at global. This is not looking at Chinese side. I think I would agree with this. I think Enos is giga good. And it's like pretty not close, right? Because who else would go in EX? No one. Yeah, I agree with this. The fact that there's no one in S plus feels a little weird to me. And then you put Bagpipe and Mulsis in S. I feel like Bagpipe stonks have dropped significantly. I would be more comfortable with Bagpipe in A. Mumu, I could see Mumu in S. I could see Mumu in S plus. But I don't use Mumu myself a lot. So maybe this is correct. My opinion on Mumu is not strong enough because I don't use her. I don't use a lot of units. So a lot of my opinions may vary, right? Silac, Elysium, and Cantible in S minus. I don't see anyone use Silac. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see anyone use Silac. Mumu doesn't feel like a Vanguard, but she is. She does a lot of bind. She has a lot of blocking. She has really good utility. So I think Mumu's probably fine where she is. I'd be okay with her being one higher, I think. You use Silac? Fuck off. No, you don't. Elysium. Elysium has his uses, right? I don't use Elysium a lot. As in, I don't use him ever. But he does buff snipers. And I think he does, like, bind units. He locks units. And he also reveals invis. So he is useful. I don't know if I'd put him in S minus. I'm gonna be honest. S minus seems a little crazy to me. S minus. Let me think. How valuable is the invis detection, right? The invis detection is not valuable. Here's why. Enos. Enos already does that. Remember, they said it. They said it themselves. Hold up. Perspective we're aiming for is the highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. So niche should not be raising him to S- in my opinion. I think rather than just niche buff, this is bias. Genuinely, I think this is bias. I think Elysium falls on the same tier as Myrtle. I agree with Myrtle probably being A+. I think putting her in S is a little, like, it's a bit of a stretch. Cantible, I would agree with S-, I think. I think Cantible is super good. The only issue is, like, Enos literally fills the same role. And typically you don't want two of the same units in that same role, right? I would put Elysium in the same tier as Myrtle. Myrtle does technically, she's cheaper and all that, but like Elysium does have other utility that allows him to like reach at least the same tier as Myrtle, in my opinion. I don't agree that Myrtle is a lower tier than Elysium though. Psylocke I could see being maybe higher tier than Myrtle because she does also have other utility that is useful, right? I think she has healing, she has stun, she has fragile. So she has her uses that would allow you to use her outside of just generating DP. Myrtle's one job is generate DP. I understand she hits skill 2. Skill 2 is the healing one, right? Let me double check. Is that skill 1 or skill 2? I'm pretty sure it's skill 2, right? Myrtle. Skill 2. Yeah. So skill 2 does allow her to heal. Vanguard baseline thing to look for though is DP gen. I agree, but remember the tier list specifically said it's considering the unit ceiling rather than, right? They're considering the unit's highest ceiling for a general player. If you suck at that, you more or less suck at fail at being a Vanguard in your book. I can agree and disagree with that though. We'll get to that later though, right? We'll get to that when it's more applicable, I think. Hence why I don't remember Mumu being one. Yeah, but she brings giga utility. Myrtle, I think, is fine where she is. I think I can agree with this. Chochuk A? Chochuk is definitely worse than Myrtle. Wang King could not fucking tell you what this man does. Let me look it up. And even then, like, I haven't seen him in action, so I'm only going off of what I'm reading, right? Wang King, what do you fucking do? You are also a flag bearer. Okay. What's your gimmick? Increases max HP for operators in surrounding 8 tiles by 5%. Increases to 9% if they're deployed facing the same direction. Skill 1. Stop attacking. Generate 18 DP over 8 seconds for a 26 SP cost. Skill 2. Stops attacking. Gradually recovers 20 DP in total. While skill is active, restores HP of surrounding ally operators by 25% of his attack every second. Increases their attack speed by 25% if they're deployed facing the same direction. I have never seen this man used in my life. But he does have utility. I could see him being useful for a general player. I do think he's going to get less use than Myrtle does, right? So he's definitely under Myrtle. I think this is probably fine placement. I think this is fine. I'm immediately noticing some Vanguards that I am surprised to not see on this tier list yet, which means they are lower on this tier list than where I've seen so far. Saga. Oh, I didn't think about Saga. Saga worse than Chochuk and Wong King. I disagree with this immensely. Saga is Black Knight? Nah, Black Knight's definitely better also, right? Nah, I disagree. Flametail? Nah. Nah, these three have to go up. These three have to... Siege is worse than Saga, but there's no way Siege is worse than Chochuk, in my opinion. Nah, this is wrong. Immediately, this is wrong. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Saga's definitely better than... I think Myrtle should be on the same tier as Elysium. And I think Siege probably falls in the same tier because she doesn't generate DP as well, but she brings a lot more attack. Why is Chochuk good? He just generates DP really well. He does his one job very well, in my opinion. What is this? This is the Game Press tier list, except Game Press Arknights is officially dead. So they have moved their tier list into this spreadsheet. So I am going through this tier list and giving my opinions on it. So yeah, Saga is not worse than Chochuk and Wong King. I do not believe this. Chochuk does do a lot in the CC you're talking about. I'm aware of what you're talking about. But the thing is, this tier list is not looking at the CN server, and this tier list is not looking at people who are playing the hardest content in the game or playing niche. Or it says it's not looking at that, right? It claims not be looking at that. The tier list claims that it is looking at general players and the usage of the the ceiling of the unit for a general player, not like a niche or like high level player who are playing like max risk CC or whatever, right? So I think if you're taking that into consideration, Saga, there's no way she's lower than Wong King and Chochuk. There's no way Myrtle is worse than Elysium in my opinion. I think Elysium and Myrtle go on the exact same tier. Silac, I would also say would go on the same tier, but I can understand her ceiling might be higher than Myrtle's. Black Knight, you don't, even as a non-niche player, sleep is super useful. Like obviously there's there's the niche where you use sleep, and Black Knight's super useful there. But even outside of that, sleep allows you to stall a unit, and for a general player, that could come into play. So I do not agree that Black Knight is worse than Chochuk. I think I would put Black Knight above Myrtle. I think Myrtle is one of the best Vanguards in the game, right? But for ceiling, I think I would put Black Knight more above Myrtle because Black Knight can give more utility by basically permanently sleeping someone with even a little bit of battery, right? General usage. That's what the tier list said. It was grading off of. Flametail. I am not a Flametail user, but I have heard many a thing about Flametail and how useful Flametail is. I don't typically use Pioneers. The only Pioneer I've ever used extensively is Silac. Oh, it's not, why Silac? Bagpipe. So my opinion on Flametail cannot be well informed because I do not use her very much. But again, I feel like her ceiling for a general player and not a niche player is definitely higher than Chochuk or Wong King, implying that these three units are worse than these two units is insane. Yeah, Flametail can give, obviously dodge is a RNG mechanic that you cannot control, and it may not dodge even once if you are giga unlucky, right? But that's an 80% physical and arts dodge. If you lose the 20% on every single attack, damn, you really got fucked up. But in general usage, 80% is gonna cover you. Right? I think this is an insane statement to make. Siege, I do agree, is probably worse than these three. But Siege is definitely not worse than these two, in my opinion. At worst, she is on the same tier as them. She does not generate DP super well. She can, right? But she brings good DPS. And then she can get batteried very well also. She's so squishy, everything might as well one-shot her, it feels like. Who? Saga or Siege? Who are we talking about? I don't know. I feel like Siege is decently tanky, right? F should be Flametail tier? Damn, you hate Flametail? Holy! You hate Flametail? Puzzle. Let me look up Puzzle real quick. I don't know Puzzle well enough. What's your gimmick? You're an agent. Okay. So you're competing in the same space as Enos and Cantible. I have used Enos and Cantible a lot, right? So I'm going to compare to my thoughts on those two, right? Attack increased, recover 2 SP when hitting an enemy with full HP. So that's like never going to trigger, basically. Got it. Skill 1, attacking enemy. Next attack deals 300% attack as physical damage, grants the DP. And this is a 5 SP attack on enemy, attacking enemy charge type. Skill 2, also attacking enemy. 26 cost. 70 attack speed. Attacks deal 15% of attack as arts. Stacking up to 10 times. Gains 1 DP per attack. I don't know, he seems okay. I feel like DP gen wise, he's fine. Tier list wise, definitely worse than Cantible. I feel like I toss him on the same tier as Chochuk. Yes, Chochuk did super well in that CNCC. He was super useful and all that, but we're not looking at that, right? We're looking at general usage. Puzzle definitely falls in the same tier as this. Yeah, okay, Chi, you might disagree with me. You're probably gonna disagree with me. I think Texas is giga overrated. But I do agree, the fact that base Texas has not shown up yet is mental. Because that means they think Texas is worse than Chochuk and Wang King. I do think her usage, especially in more modern content, is not as good. And I thought she was overrated at the beginning of the game, right? We'll talk more on her once we get to her. Give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll hydrate when I'm back, Gravity. I need to use the restroom, though. I've been going on too long. Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm back. Give me a second. Yeah, baby. Hi. I'm back. It's like I never left. Wow. All right, where were we? Oh, yes, Texas. Texas has good utility, making her vineyards cheaper and the stun from skill 2. Okay, I will give thoughts on that once we run into Texas, though, okay? All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I think this entire list from here, this is all wrong, this is all wrong, right? So, B tier. Ooh, Fang. Sorry, not Fang. Visual should definitely be lower than this, I think. Maybe I am underestimating Visual. I will say that. Maybe I'm underestimating him. Maybe he's... actually, wait. C is like... dead average, right? Yeah. Visual should be C. I'm not going to say C minus, but somewhere in C tier is where Visual should be, in my opinion. I don't know, man. I just don't see him as that useful. I think Pioneers in general, not that great. I'm sorry, Fang. But yeah, Pioneers in general, not that great. They're okay. Sorry, not Pioneers. Chargers. Chargers? Yeah, Chargers. Chargers. Wait. Give me a second. Yeah, Chargers. I had to think about it for a second. I was like, what class is what again? Chargers are not that great in my opinion. Why is Visual here? I don't know. He should be lower. There's no explanation on this. Maybe like in this tab there is gonna be, but at the moment there has not been. What's up, Ralex? We're going through the formerly Game Press tier list that's been updated. We're going through Vanguard so far. We haven't gone to the guards yet. I see the guards on the right. We're gonna not perceive them for now. Yeah. I think in general Chargers just aren't that great. As someone who, like, I mean, out of the Vanguard Chargers, who are you ever using, right? I used Bagpipe for a while, but even now, like, I don't use her like that anymore, right? Well, I just realized Fang is here, but Reed is not. Where is Reed? Wait, where is Reed? Huh. So put Texas in B tier. I think Texas is indeed worse than Siege. I think Texas worse than Chochuck? Let me think. Definitely worse than Myrtle. I feel like I could put Texas next to Chochuck. I think Chochuck should be lower than these though, right? I don't agree with the placement of these 5. But I think I could put Texas on the same tier as Chochuck. The reason I think Texas is not that good is she has super low health. So as a Vanguard, it's typically your first unit out, right? Like obviously Myrtle has low health, but she makes up for it with how much fucking DP she generates. That's I'm just gonna throw that right now. I'm aware Myrtle has low HP. Don't worry. My issue with Texas is if we're looking at her ceiling, a lot of units that come out for harder content, specifically like bosses, if we're looking at general content, right? They were immune to stun. Obviously, the current event is not the case. The current event, Vena's event right now, the boss is not immune to stun. I know. But everything gets immune to stun these days, it feels like. So stun in general is less valuable in my eyes. What's up, KO Bear? The barefoot... Huh? Where's your wife? We haven't gotten to specialists yet. We're only on Vanguards right now, Diego. So I would agree with Texas being on the same tier as Chochuck, but I don't think these 5 units are worse than Chochuck and Wong King. I'm not going to remake the tier list. I'm just going to say where I think some units should be next to certain units rather than next to the tier, right? I'm chilling. All right. Midum. No clue what Midum does. Let me look him up. Tactician. Okay. What is your gimmick here? Oh, you're the one that spawns wreckage whenever your summon dies. Right. Yeah, I think I could see that being about as bad as Vigil. But I think Vigil in B tier is very generous. Extremely generous. Maybe too generous. Vigna being up here feels weird when I haven't seen Reed yet. I think Reed is probably better than Vigna, as not a major Reed fan, right? Beanstalk? Beanstalk's probably fine. I think Beanstalk would probably be about the same tier as Vigil. Omega lol. Okay. Poncyrus? Yeah, Poncyrus is definitely not. As someone who uses Poncyrus, specifically for Annihilation, Poncyrus is pretty bad. B, sure. I actually know. I think Poncyrus is more of a C-. Because remember, they said C- would be... What did they say? C- is the floor. Anything below it should be considered failing. Poncyrus, in my eyes, is a C-. Because she does the bare minimum, and she doesn't do it very well. Wildmane, Zima, I agree, is super not very useful unless you're gonna go for niche knights, and even then, yeah, you're gonna need a lot of vanguards for Zima to be that useful, in my opinion. Here's the thing, though, Ralix. Are you using skill 1 or 2? I have to ask first, right? Are you using skill 2, Poncyrus? Because I use skill 2 Poncyrus. Yeah, skill 2? Okay. The issue is skill 1 generates more. Faster. The only reason Poncyrus is nice in Annihilation is because I'm fucking lazy. That's the only reason. As someone who uses Poncyrus, that bitch does not make DP fast enough on skill 2. I am waiting 50 years to deploy my next unit if I go to 0. Yeah, it's an AFK skill, but it is doing the bare minimum at the bare minimum. It's not even doing a little extra. It is doing the bare fucking minimum. So I would say Poncyrus is the definition of C-. If anything below C- is a fail. Poncyrus is riding the line of I'm not failing. I agree that Zima pretty bad. Zima probably higher than a C- for a ceiling. I do agree with that. Wildmane. I have no clue what Wildmane does. Let me look up Wildmane. Well, I know what she does. I don't know exactly what she does. She's a charger. And again, I don't think chargers are very good. So what's your deal here? Skill 1. After deployment, attack speed up for 30 seconds. That seems giga bad. Okay. Okay. Skill 2. Attack range expands. So she gets 1 more range. Attack up 80%. Attacks will push the target towards moderate direction moderately. Still seems bad. Nah, this bitch is C-. Zima C-, bro. She is not a C+. I'm a hater on God. Kestrel, a pioneer. Another unit I have never deployed once in my life. 20% chance to increase attack. In reclamation algorithm, whenever a skill is activated, all resources carried by this unit will be sent to the backpack. But it did say we are not looking at exclusively if they're super good in certain game modes. It said we are looking at general usage. And I do not find that useful. That seems bad because it reads as do nothing if you are not playing reclamation algorithm. Skill 1, instantly gain DP. Skill 2, gradually gain DP. Attack up, attack speed up. Attack talent 1 activation chance increases 2.5. So multiply this by 2.5. So 50% chance to increase attack? This seems bad. I'll give her a C, not a C minus. Your way of doing it, and you'll get general layout with Flametail. My way is doing it, and I'll get the general layout with Flametail, and then once that's done, Pony will be in the background generation. Okay, but like, that doesn't change the fact that Ponsyrus is doing the bare minimum. Like, you literally just admitted that Flametail is going to do everything, and Ponsyrus just exists doing nothing. Just in case you're going to need it later, right? So if you all your general layout is with Flametail, and then Ponsyrus is there just in case you're going to need that DP later, literally any other Vanguard that generates DP will do that job. And then they will do it better because they will generate it faster. So again, Ponsyrus, in my opinion, is the epitome of doing the bare minimum. She's doing her job. I'm not going to argue she's not generating DP, right? She's definitely generating DP, but she's doing it slow as fuck. So again, B minus is extremely generous. When the tier list said C minus, when the tier list said under C minus is failing, which would mean like they're doing more harm by you're doing more harm to your team by deploying them. That's what's failing would be, in my opinion, right? By even bringing them in your team, you have made your team worse. That's what a fail would be. Ponsyrus is riding the line of doing her job and not failing. She would be the definition of C minus. Trying to say that she's a B minus is mental. When they're the ones that declared that C minus is bare minimum. That is insanity. Remember, I didn't make that tier ruling. They did. That's what they said C minus means. Kiave. Kiave. What do you do, buddy? What do you do? You didn't notice she's surprisingly good at keeping her lane clean if she's alone as long as her second skill is active? Well, she does gain some stats, right? It's not like huge, but let me double check. How much does she get? Ponsyrus. She gets attack and defense. She just gets some, right? You're late. What did you miss? You missed the beginning of Vanguard. We're currently down looking at Kiave at this point. What's up, K-Toro? Did someone call for you to show up because I was doing this? Kiave. Let's see. Yeah, Puzzle and I think Black Knight is insane. I think implying that these 5 units are worse than Chochuk and Wang King is mental. And bias is extremely showing. Because they are remember, their rule, their classification was C minus is the floor. Anything under C minus is failing. I think Ponsyrus, I was just saying this to Ralix, Ponsyrus is the definition of C minus. Using their classification. Because she generates DP, but she don't fucking do it strong enough. I think Black Knight's strong? I don't think Black Knight's extremely strong, but I'm using their grading scale, okay? Their grading scale is, let's see, their grading scale is, The perspective we are aiming for is the highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. So, using that definition, Black Knight is definitely more useful than Chochok, because Black Knight allows you to stall if you need it. You think Mumu is at best equal tier to Midum? I think I disagree with that take. Why do you value Midum so high out of curiosity? Keitoro, did Puzzle get their module on Global? I don't even pay attention to Puzzle because they don't exist in my eyes, but Midum is capable of hard stalling the majority of bosses in the game. I will agree that generating bodies will be super useful, but I think saying that they are on the same tier as Mumu might be a stretch. I feel like Midum. Remember, we're looking at hard ceiling, right? The tier list is looking at the complete ceiling. I think Mumu's ceiling is higher than Midum. So at best, I would put Midum one tier lower. I don't think Mumu's DPS is good. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say that shit. I didn't say that shit. Her stall is useful, and she will make a lot of bodies also. Depending on what you use as the base for her summons, those summons can be very tanky. So I think Mumu's ceiling is higher than Midum's ceiling. Because the tier list is looking at a unit ceiling for a general player. Mumu is dependent on other units in the squad, yes. But the issue with trying to say, like, oh, you have to look at the rest of the squad, is now you're going into the territory of where the tier list said they're not going to go, right? The tier list said is we're not looking at niche. So if you're going to be looking at, if we're going to start looking at the rest of the party specifically, like, oh, you have to bring, like you're not going to have this unit and that unit, like, it's going to be like, oh, well, if you look at the Seaborn are really good if you bring all of them. So we're just going to put them all in S tier now. And that's not correct, right? So I think just in general, Mumu is going to be useful regardless of who you're going to use as the base. But if you're going to use someone as a base, you're probably going to have a decent unit, right? I'm going to assume most people have a decent unit for what they want. Oh, I didn't know Mumu's clothes benefit from the hunter buffs. That's pretty funny, actually. I didn't know that's how it worked. But yeah, so I think Midum would go one tier lower than Mumu. I didn't think about Midum's stalling capability from their summons. I will admit that. But I do think Midum would go one tier lower than Mumu. I think Bagpipe is a little high. I think Elysium and Silac are probably a little high. I think Myrtle should be an S. I think Chochok should probably be under Silac and Elysium. I think they said they weren't going to go, like, they were going to be, you know, they didn't say neutral, but they were going to, like, not look at niche as much when classifying units. But I think some bias has come through. I think putting Chochok higher than all 5 of these units is absolute insanity. Because for the ceiling for the average unit does not include max risk CC Chochok doing a very specific thing in that role, right? The part is showing how tight tiers are. You're splitting hairs on power. Yeah, but implying Chochuk's ceiling is better for a general player, right? A general user. Chochuk's ceiling is higher than all 5 of these is insanity when Chochuk's main thing at the moment, like, I'm not gonna lie, his skills are good, right? His skills are good. But saying his ceiling is higher than these 5 for a general user is just wrong. For a general user, no. For a niche user, for someone going high risk CC, yes. I can agree. Chochuk's ceiling might be higher because he does fulfill his role in that role, or for what you need, right? But for a general user, they are not doing that content at that level. For a general user, Siege is going to do more. Saga is going to do more. And like saying he is better than these 5 units is just wrong. It's just wrong. Again, Pon Cyrus is the definition of C-. If going by their fucking definition of anything under C- is failing, right? Pon Cyrus is literally riding the line of I'm not failing, but I'm not doing great. Sorry, I was supposed to be looking at Kiave. As he stands in the end right now, as the only agent with module, I think he's stronger than Cantible. I think you're allowed to believe that, but I think Cantible is stronger. Who the fuck is this, Lamau? Who the fuck is this? Tier is fucking mental. But anyways, Kiave. Let me look at Kiave real quick. What are we working with? I don't think Kiave is very good. And reading his skills, I still think he's not very good. But I think his ceiling, because if we're only looking at their ceiling, right? The tier list said looking at ceiling, looking at module, max level. Looking at his ceiling, his module literally doesn't matter, right? His module literally doesn't matter. But technically, his ceiling could be a little higher than Zima's. If I'm comparing him to these 3 units, I think Kiave could be a little bit better. Here's why. He does reduce enemy resistance by 20%. So, in a weird, obscure way, he can be someone's very strange Saria skill 3. I'm not saying he's going to be good, but he can technically fulfill that role. Right? I think his ceiling could be higher than Zima's, for sure. It's probably brain rot. I'm not clicking it. I refuse to click it. It's definitely brain rot, girlfriend. If there ever is a baller-ass robot that drops, Kiave's value may skyrocket, but the odds of that are extremely low, right? And even then, I just don't see the value of bringing the robot over any other unit, right? Zima belongs in B-. I don't know. I don't agree. I don't think Zima's very good. I think B+ is even more of a stretch. I don't think Zima's very good. Because what? She makes Vanguard's -1 cost, right? She's Siege tier? I don't agree with that. Six-star robot? That defeats the point of being a robot, though. Siege is definitely on a higher tier than Zima, dude. But her skill 2, all Vanguard operators gain stats and then gain extra DP when killing enemies. So she basically turns everyone into a charger. right? How many Vanguards are you bringing? I feel like most people are bringing 2. So what other Vanguard are you bringing that's going to benefit so greatly from that, right? You can't be bringing Myrtle for it, right? You can't be bringing Myrtle for Zima because Myrtle's not going to benefit from it, right? Maybe Saga, but even then, Saga typically gives her kills to someone else, right? You're not going to be bringing Silac or Elysium because they're not getting kills. Bagpipe? Sure, but she already does that job, right? And then if you get Bagpipe, so the tier list did say we are assuming max module, max level, max potential, right? So Bagpipe's already generating 2 DP per kill. Do you need the 3 DP per kill? Zima would be nice with modded Siege. Let me double check Siege module. Siege module. Down. Which module are you thinking? I have to specify, right? If you have that many Vanguards, you don't need DP gen all that badly. I'm saying if you're looking at 2 Vanguards, right? Is what I'm saying. If you're looking at 2 Vanguards, you're only going to bring Zima plus 1 other unit, right? Mod Y is 3 SP per nearby kill. Oh, that's... I see. You're saying... Oh, you're saying Mod Y Siege. My bad. You were saying Mod Y already. That's my bad, Kailve. 3 SP per kill nearby. Okay. I could see that being useful for Siege, but she doesn't need the kill to generate her DP. So Siege might not be getting the kill, right? It gives her enough stats to survive in the front line compared to most of the Vanguards. On top of that, she already gets stronger with Vanguard pairings. If you're just bringing 2 Vanguards, though, I don't feel like you're going to... Oh my god, I just saw where Reed was. But I feel like Zima, I would not consider... Zima is definitely above Ponsiris. I'll make that clear right now. Again, I agree that Ponsiris is 100% C-. This is the most C- unit I've ever seen in my life as someone who uses Ponsiris in Annihilation. This bitch does not generate that shit fast enough. She is riding the bare minimum to not get booted from my Annihilation team. Zima is definitely better than Ponsiris. If you're gonna put Ponsiris better at B-, Zima has to be higher than B-, because Zima's ceiling is way higher than Ponsiris' ceiling could ever reach. That is my opinion. So if we're gonna look at where Ponsiris is, yes, I agree. Zima is gonna be B or B+. But in general, I wouldn't agree that Zima would be a B or a B+. I think I could see Zima as a B-, but not next to Ponsiris. Ponsiris has to go down if that's the case. She is definitely better than Ponsiris. Okay. Scavenger and Courier. Wow. We still have not seen Reed. This is absolute insanity. As a non-Reed fan, this is crazy. Me and Cleveland, I don't even use Flagpipe anymore. Not really, right? Scavenger and Courier, I think, probably also fall on C-. If C- is riding the doing the bare minimum, right? If bare minimum is a thing, Courier and Scavenger are right there. Right next to Ponsiris. Reed is doing the bare minimum to not fail, is what this tier list is saying. Her ceiling is not, like, just barely not failing, is what this is saying. And as a non-Reed fan, compared to all these Reed fans in my chat fucking saying this is complete slander, I agree, this is complete slander. Honestly, not wrong in itself. She definitely fails, bro. I'm trying to help you out here, dog. Attack, 80%. Each attack deals additional damage as arts, restores 1 DP when defeating enemy. Oh, sorry, an additional 1 DP, so she gets 2 DP per kill while her skill is active. This bitch, honestly, hold up. Maybe she is a C-. Maybe she's a C+. Sorry. C- or C. But I do think she is either on the same tier as Ponsiris or 1 higher. I think probably 1 higher. Yeah, Fang Alter definitely killed Reed. I'm going to agree with that, right? Reed might be the most unfortunate Vanguard to ever do it in any archetype. I think Reed is on the same tier or higher than Ponsiris. And the fact that Ponsiris is B- is mental. Yeah, Charger Marshal. Oof. Yeah, Fang Ultra just does it better. She's just cooler. But yeah, I think Ponsiris is Giga in the wrong fucking tier. Why the fuck is Ponsiris in B-? Also, who's below? They put Granny in F. Yeah, Granny's pretty bad. I hate to say it, but Granny is pretty bad. Like, your job is to get kills, but you gain defense? Bitch, I need you to kill. Reed shared the banner with someone. Yeah, she was not on her own banner. Braca? I guess we'll talk about our thoughts on Braca in a second, because we're about to go to guards, right? I do think this Vanguard list is giga fucked. Like, I agree, Enos is probably EX. If an EX tier exists, that bitch is on it, right? I think Bagpipe is overvalued. This is going to sound crazy, but I think as a Texas hater, Texas is undervalued. These 5 units are giga undervalued. Chilchuck and Wong King are overvalued. Myrtle, probably fine where she is. I could see her higher. I feel like Elysium is the same tier as Myrtle. Psylocke is 1 higher than Myrtle. Cantible, I could see Cantible at the same as Myrtle. Maybe 1 higher. You got a big ass haul? Nice. But yeah, this tier list is all like whack on the Vanguard side, in my opinion. We're going to guards. All right, what are we looking at for guards? EX, Degen, Minar. Okay. Did they add Vina to this tier list yet? We'll see. I think Vina should probably be close to here, because I think Vina is giga broken. As someone who has not used her often enough yet, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Reading her fucking skill 3, she seems the ceiling for an average player. Vina's gonna pop off. Because let me read Vina's skill 3 real quick, right? Vina being Siege Altar, right? Let me read Vina's skill 3 real quick. Summon Golden Vows on deployable tiles within talent 1 range. When skill is active, can attack enemies being blocked by friendly units in talent 1 range. Attack target count is +3. Attack interval reduces, and then you deal true damage. So, the main thing here is can attack enemies being blocked by friendly units in talent 1 range, which is the 8 tiles around her. So they don't have to be blocked by her summon in order for her to deal the damage to that target. It just has to be someone within range. But it's 50 SP. Yeah. What? What? What do you want about? 50 SP. It is 50 SP. Okay. Vina's skill. Oh, sorry. Viviana's skill. Yeah, we're looking at guards compared to guards, though. I'm not gonna say Vina's broken, but I think Vina's probably should be pretty high tier. I don't think she's maybe she's not a EX, but I think she should definitely be at least A+. The fact that I don't see her yet worries me. Yeah, it's mass, true damage, AoE, right? Unlike Minar does a lot of damage, right? Minar does a shit ton of damage. I'm not gonna argue that. But he does physical damage with a portion of his damage being true damage. Right? Oh, wait. Yeah. With a portion of his damage being true damage. She just does true damage. She hits less targets, right? She hits one less target. Minar's not all physical damage. Skill 3 specifically says, when any enemy in range is attacked by Casimir's operator, which includes himself, deal an extra 12% of Minar's attack as true damage. So he does have true damage. It's just not as much. Yeah, bad cycling is warranted because it's, so strong. But even then, Minar's at 42 cost, so you need to wait an extra 8 seconds to get Vina's. Until Primal Guards, Viviana mod, elemental damage discussion shouldn't matter here anyways. Also true. What does the existence of elemental damage have to do with Vina? Yeah, true damage. Stages really have a layout that works for Vina? I don't agree with that. I don't think I agree with that, though. Here's why. You just use her as you use Minar. Minar, you deploy him, he does nothing. You activate him, he does a lot. It's the same idea. Right? Let's say you just place her behind the defender. It's not ideal, right? Obviously. You could put her in front of the defender and she'd still be attacking also, mind you. But you just place her down and then you just activate her. And then when she's active, she is going to kill everyone that she, that is in the way. So I think Vina is better than you are trying to imply. Because if you can justify placing a unit who does nothing until you activate them, I feel like a unit that does something and then does AoE, not technically AoE, but it hits 4 targets, you know what I mean? AoE true damage to 4 units at a time, at most 4 units at a time, can go crazy. Monarch can hit anyone, Vina can only hit blocked enemies. Vina can only hit blocked enemies within a certain range around her, which expands the range of who she can hit. She can hit. Hold up. I'm gonna use this spreadsheet as an example if I can. Actually, no. We're pulling out paint. So Vina is here. There is someone here. You have a unit here blocking. She reaches here and here, right? So her range. If we hold up, let me. This is gonna be a very scuffed fucking grid. I'm aware. I am not an artiste. I have a tablet. Why am I not using my? Fuck it. Whatever. I said I have a tablet. Why am I not using that? So if Minar is here, right? His range. Hold up. We're gonna put in a center tile like right here. His range is here, here, here. Here, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's straight, just like you, Keobe. Vina can technically reach this far, right? Vina's potential range is this far. They have to be blocked. True. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So her effective range is technically larger. Right? Her effective range is technically larger. She's not going to hit air. Does Minar hit air? I don't remember. Does Minar hit air? What's up, CJ? That's not Vina range. Vina range is anyone that is blocked by a defender inside of... As long as someone in this range is blocked... Whoever is getting blocked by someone in this range gets hit. So Vina technically reaches 3 tiles outside of her effect, the square around her, on all sides, right? When Contrail drops potential 8 tiles aerial. Wait, what? Yeah, so Vina's effective range is Vina can hit air with Contrail. So okay. So yeah, we're not gonna look at that though, right? We're just looking at what's currently in the game. Vina's effective range is larger than Minar's. Yes, she doesn't hit until they are blocked. Sometimes there are units in the game you need to not block. I'm gonna agree with that. But here's my counter to that, right? Here's my counter to that. You bring Spectre. You bring someone who can come in, heli drop maybe, right? You could bring a fast redeploy who's going to block a unit for a little bit of time. Bring up Contrail, same cope energy as bringing her with Rose. Yeah. I'm not worried about Contrail at all. I'm not looking at that unit at all. That they do not exist. The tier list does not include units that are not in the game. Right? Oh, wait. Are they? They're not in global yet, right? Yeah, they're not in global yet. So units that are not in the game do not exist according to the tier list for global. This is a global tier list. In 2 weeks means they're not in the game. That's what that fucking means. Shut your mouth. So yeah. I think Vina is being greatly undervalued by a lot of people here. Don't forget when she hits her skill 3, she gets plus 48% attack because talent. Yes. Vina, I think, is extremely strong. You don't need to be reminding me that she gets stronger. I'm aware how strong she gets. I am the one defending how good she is. I am well aware. Remember, I was not going to chase for Vina, and then I ended up chasing for her. I do agree, putting her in EX may be a bit of a stretch, but I think Vina an A+ or higher is valid. As someone who has used Vina a bunch, she's not that good. I don't know, I've been liking her a lot. Yeah, I will say, you know, wow, Vanguard, big number, what a surprise, right? What a surprise, but I do think she's gonna be good. Zulab, I don't know much about Zulab. Surtur and I don't know much about UPP. I don't have UPP. I didn't chase him. I hear he's very good. Question mark? Zule. I think Zule seems pretty good. I think I remember reading his shit and I was like, damn, seemed pretty good. Let me read Zule real quick. Surtur, obviously, I don't need to give opinions on Surtur. This is fine, which is, right? This is fine. Zule, skill 3 immediately performs 7 frontal slashes. Each slash dealing damage up to 3 enemies. Last strike has double damage multiplier. Stun. Stun is not valuable in my eyes because so many things are immune to it now. During this time, HP recovery effective this unit's trait is changed to granting a barrier equal to 3 times the recovery amount. That seems pretty cool. I think barriers are super cool mechanic. Do you need me to help you, Tailbear? Like, you need me to hold your hand or something? Zola probably has the best manual skill uptime of any guard who isn't unlimited duration under his proper HP threshold. I see. Zola seems super interesting. I don't have him, sadly. But I think he's super interesting. I think barrier is a very good mechanic. But as someone who has not used him, I cannot properly give my thoughts on this, right? Executor on the same tier as Chongye and Chubai? Nah, this is bias. This is bias as fuck. You're gonna tell me an average regular player is gonna put Executor on the same tier as Chubai and Chongye? Also, where is the Genbreaker? Oh, right, she was the X. Right. Sorry. I was like, wait. I was like, Chubai, where's fucking Degen? I'm saying that because I don't have mod 3 FedEx. Mod 3 FedEx. Cannot be healed by allies. Attacks deal AoE. Recover 60 HP for every enemy hit during attacks, up to block count. When attacking, there is a chance to perform an additional attack that ignores 300 defense. This chance is increased for each ammo consumed while skill is active, resetting when skill ends. Okay. Well, the tier list did say we were assuming max pot, max level, E2, and modules. So if we consider that, sure. But I think a general player is not going to consider that. Because this tier list said a general player, the ceiling of a unit for a general player. I guess the ceiling is high though. The ceiling is high then. So okay, you know what? I guess technically it's not wrong. The ceiling is very high. You think Silverash belongs over Chubai? I think Silverash has fallen off a cliff. I ain't trying to be a hater, but... Silverash mod doubles his output. Alright, let me read Chubai's mod real quick. Deals additional attack as arts when attacking enemies affected by slow and blind. Is this a correct mod? Am I reading this right? Yeah. So it increases the damage of that by 5%. And then she also deals an additional 10% of her attack as arts just normally. Yeah, I don't know how strong I'd rate Chubai because she's more new to me. I haven't like used her a ton yet. But I agree where Chongye is. And I think Chubai seems about the same strengths as Chongye. Because I think Chongye is giga fucking strong. This man is fucking nuts. I used him when he released. I stopped using him as much and I started using him a shit ton again. But that's mainly because I'm using like the Shu core. Like the sibling core. The Sui sibling core, right? Where you bring 4 of them. But Chongye, even without that, is super strong, right? It's just the battery is giga broken. Let's be honest. But we're not looking at the battery. We're looking at an average player who has these units. Or the unit by itself, I guess, right? Okay. Next on the list is S-. Gavial The Invincible, Mountain, NTR, Silverash, Pepe, Vina. I think so. I did say I think Vina is A+ or higher. I'm not gonna argue S-. I do think for a general player, Chongya is gonna get more usage than Vina. So putting Vina under Chongya, I think is okay. Pepe, I think Pepe is neat, but I don't see where I'm ever using her. I'm gonna be honest. As someone who pulled for her, obviously, I don't know where the fuck I'm using this bitch. Is this bitch actually a fucking S-? I guess her ceiling, because we're looking at the ceiling, right? Her ceiling does seem about the same, I think, maybe. Mountain, I think his ceiling is not as high. I think Mountain goes in the same tier as Silverash, but I don't think Mountain is in the same tier as Vina. Mountain's there for DP SP cost alone. Yep. Glasses, you weren't here earlier when we were at the start, right? During the introduction. But the tier list, their rules, not mine. The perspective we are aiming for is the highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. We're not looking at that. We're looking at their ceiling. His ceiling is not as high as Vina and TR. I don't think it's the same as Pepe's. I don't think it's the same as Gaviol's. I do think it's about the same as Silverash. But I would be okay if they were like S-, maybe. He doesn't know about Mountain Skill 3? Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. I know he hits twice, but I don't know, man. I don't think it reached the same tier though. Really? You think it reached the same tier? I don't know. I do agree with same tier as Silverash. I feel like Mountain and Silverash might be not as good as the rest of the units on this list next to them. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, right? I'm willing to say this is my opinion. And I can be wrong. This is the internet. Everyone is wrong. No one is correct on the internet. Oh boy, what am I looking at? Oh, it's a fucking graph. I feel like you've shown me this graph before. Am I crazy? I feel like you've shown me this graph before. Mountain P1. Oh, well. Mm-hmm. Is there a reason to sing versus Elite for him? Does he get a buff against an Elite? I don't remember, to be honest. Oh, he does. He does get a buff against Elites. That's why it's saying that. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Mountain Skill 3, personally. You can show me the graph, but no one uses them, so it doesn't matter. Like, theoretically, sure. Execution-wise, do you use Mountain Skill 3? You're defending it. Do you use it, K-Total? Of course, you're not using a brawler. You take Dagda. Okay, so like, also a bad unit. But anyways, but like, I don't want you defending Mountain when you refuse to use him yourself. Put your money where your mouth is, you bitch, is what I'm saying. What's up, Vane? Well, Spalter didn't exist when I first got Mountain, right? So yeah, I think these two maybe in like S minus minus or A plus. Blaze and Thorns A plus. Thorns? Hold up. Ceiling? Nah, Thorns is great for general usage. But he's I guess yeah, A plus is fine. Blaze? I think Blaze is less common now, obviously. But I think I would agree with putting on the same tier as Thorns. Would I put them on the same tier as Mountain and Silverash? I think Silverash can stay up here and Mountain can go down here. That's my thoughts on that. Irene's ceiling is lower than Thorn's ceiling. I disagree. Because the tier list is looking at a unit's ceiling, right? Blaze is too much of a wind-up for what she does nowadays. I agree. But I can, for general usage, for a normal player using a unit, I think she can still be useful, right? Yeah, Hodor, I think, is extremely strong. I wanted to chase him, but I didn't because he was surrounded by too many units that were limited, right? So I didn't chase him, but I really wanted to chase Hodor. I'm not gonna lie. I think Hodor should definitely be at least one tier higher. With all the degen glazing community does, they kind of undersell every other Swordmaster. Even then, Irene is not this low. Even then, she is better than Thorns and Blaze. Her potential is 100% better than Thorns and Blaze. Because remember, the tier list said we're looking at the ceiling of for a general player. A general player is gonna find a higher ceiling for Irene than for Blaze. Not even close, right? It's not even close. So this is insanity. This is insanity. Yeah, I know you're not defending it. You know, you're not disagreeing with me. You're saying why it's here. But the tier list says that is what they're rating by. So that is what I'm going to say and say why this is completely wrong, right? Because their ceiling is 100% higher than Blaze. Blaze is not C minus because C minus is doing the bare minimum. Blaze is definitely doing more than the bare minimum, but her ceiling is not higher than Hodor and Irene. Because that is what they said the ratings are going off of, right? Not degen, therefore no, it's not degen, so it can't be EX. But you have to compare them to the other units in a lower tier. Does Irene meet the same amount of is her ceiling the same as NTR? You stop looking at is she the same as the Genbreaker? Because we're not rating it by class. Sorry, subclass. We're rating it by class. You disagree with Degen being that high, but you're also biased. I think Degen's extremely strong, and she's one of the most broken units in the game. But I am biased. Here's why I'm biased: because she power crept the shit out of Chen, and so I can't use Chen anymore. When fucking the Genbreaker released, I can't even. It broke my fucking heart, bro. There was, I don't remember which map it was, but on that event, I was using Chen and the Genbreaker. I activated Chen skill 3, 0 damage. Literally, HP bar didn't move. I activated the Genbreaker, everyone died. Fucking broke my heart. Like, at least with Irene, I could cope and be like, Chen's gonna battery Irene though, you know? It's fine. The Genbreaker using skill 3, which is not an attack SP generation. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, bro. Yeah, why is it auto recovery? It shouldn't be auto recovery. Let me use my Chen. Let me cope, you motherfuckers. Okay. So, okay, back to the tier list. Sorry, I got off topic there. I apologize. I really like Chen though, so I was just a little upset with where they, with what happened to Chen over time. Tequila. I don't know that much about Tequila. The tier list is just hating on SP recovery despite ceiling wording. Yeah, this is definitely not rating the units by their ceiling. There's no shot in hell you put Irene here and Blaze here if you're rating a unit by their ceiling. Because Irene's ceiling is way higher than Blaze's ceiling. Maybe not way higher, but it is definitely higher. Right? So they are clearly not following their own rules, and I think there is 100% bias within this tier list. Even though they said, the issues with creating a tier list is rankings are never off loot. They're relative to whatever the perspective of the list creator is. High CC player will view things differently from a niche, who would see things differently from an IS. I think something that gave it away. Hold up. Oh, what did I just do? I think I just refreshed on accident. I just refreshed on accident. God damn it. One thing I found that was fucking giga funny to me. This bullet point right here gave away that they were going to be biased. I think. Value in challenge clears or niche clears may be considered, but general value is given more weight. This tier list is intended for a general player, not advanced niche players. So, by saying this and saying advanced niche players, they're implying that these niche players are better because they're playing niche. The fact that they're saying, if it just said niche players, I wouldn't have an issue. But by saying, oh, advanced niche players, the bias is immediately there. Saying, oh, these players are just better. The bias is immediately there. That was an immediate red flag when I read that. I didn't say it at the time, but that was instantly, I was like, oh boy. Okay then. What is a general player? A general player is someone who is not going for high-end content and just playing the game with some interest in all game modes. That they did define general player. The highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. So it's not someone who's going for the hardest content and looking at max risk CC. It's not someone who's exclusively doing IS. It's not someone who's exclusively like super into RA. It's just someone who does a little bit of here and a little bit of there for every game mode, but not super like into Arknights, right? They're just launching the game, pooling a unit, playing the game, and not getting too committed to it, right? General player brings wisdom and logos. Exactly. No, not really. But it's just someone who logs in. I think the definition of general player would just be like Gravity. No, I'm not trying to be rude to you, Gravity, right? But Gravity, he played the game when the game originally came out a little bit. He dropped the game and he picked it back up, right? So he has his roster isn't fully like filled out. He's missing like a lot of high DPS. He doesn't necessarily have like a dedicated boss killer in general, right? I'm not ass blasting you. I'm just saying I think you fit you are like the perfect example of a general player, right? You're trying to learn IS here and there. I don't know if you're trying to learn reclamation algorithm. I wouldn't even blame you if you're not, right? You just have units built here and there that do their job, and you're clearing content. Like you couldn't clear Vector Breakthrough, but when I hopped on your account can clear it, right? Because we did clear Vector Breakthrough on your account. You just didn't know how to do it, right? You got the trim medal for the current event, like the Vina side story event. You managed to trim the medal by yourself. So like stuff like that is like a regular general player, someone who's playing the game, not super invested, but is slowly improving their account over time. They're not at the point where they just have like tons of units built, and is just, you know, it's just a casual side game. I think that is the perfect definition for, you know, a general player. And you fit really well into that. And like I said, I'm not trying to like make fun of you or anything. Yeah, you haven't cleared an IS run. Looking at your account, I think you can clear an IS run, especially on the lower difficulties. You just haven't learned how to do it yet. Can't spell real without RA? It's not real. People not named Asadekai play. The past few weeks, I've been looking at the Arknights category, and there's like at least 3 or 4 people being like, I really like reclamation algorithm now. And I'm like, what is going on? What happened? Why are people suddenly into this fucking event that no one liked before? Like, nothing changed. They're just suddenly playing it now. I liked Reclamation Algorithm 1. I don't know what changed, but Reclamation Algorithm 2, not a fan. Personally, not a fan. Okay, anyways, let's get back on topic, right? Let's get back on topic. Now, it was always bad. I think a lot of people didn't like Reclamation Algorithm 1. So, like I said, I didn't say this. I know I am an outlier on liking Reclamation Algorithm 1. I'm well aware. Most people didn't like that shit. Yeah, exactly, Chi. I'm an outlier on that, right? But Reclamation Algorithm 2, I feel like most people don't like 2. They liked it more than 1, but they hated 2. To be fair, you hated IS1? I guess it's fair. I think it's a new game mode. It's kind of weird. You're not that used to it. I think it's fair to not like something. A lot of people, as much as they may say otherwise, a lot of people do not like change. Right? It's just human to like things to be simple. Just keep it simple, stupid, you know? Keep it simple. A lot of people don't like change. Anyways, Tequila. Is Tequila on the same tier as Irene? Let me read his abilities real quick. He is a liberator. Attack speed up. Every attack deals attack as physical damage. Attack range expands. Attacks 2 enemies simultaneously. Every attack deals 230% of attack as physical damage. Charged effect changes to attacking 3 enemies. Nah, this man is dog shit. Nah, this man is at least 1 tier lower than Irene. Nah, this man's dog shit. Don't lie to me, K-Total. La Pluma. Remember, we are looking at units in general content, not specifically IS. We are not looking specifically at IS, so we can't look at La Pluma and be like, ah, she's really good in IS. Tequila ran so Monarch could fly, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Motherfucker ain't flying. I said it. That motherfucker ain't flying. Motherfucker isn't even fucking paragliding. Oh god. Okay, La Pluma. Users La Pluma FedExes? Yeah. So like, I'm not gonna be like, ah yes. The Gen Breaker's really good, so Irene gets to move up a tier because her subclass is good. That's not how it works. They have made their subclass better. So you get to be good now. That's not how it works. They don't retroactively make the unit better. They actually make them worse. You knock Rafaela a tier down, just like Ernesto? Huh? What do you on about? La Pluma. Would I put La Pluma on the same tier as Irene? Right now, I don't think Irene and Hodor are all in this tier, right? I have said these two units should be higher than this, right? But if we are comparing these units to these units, because they are in the same tier, which means according to their rules, the ceilings of these 3 units matches the ceiling of these 3 units. That is what they're saying. I didn't make the rules. That is what they said. That is what they said in their introduction. The tier list is putting the units according to the ceiling of their of what they can reach, right? Do these 3 units reach the same ceiling as these 2 units? No. Not in a chance in hell. These 3 units are literally like kissing the feet of these 2 units. So if I'm going to compare these to where they are, this is wrong. I agree. The rules of the tier list have already been broken many a times. I've said the same thing here when I was going through the Vanguards. But I'm going to go through the list the same way I went through it on the Vanguards with the guards. I said I disagree with where this unit is, but should this unit be in the same tier as this unit? That I disagree with the placement, but I'm going to judge from where this placement is, right? If Hodor and Irene are A, these 3 are not A. Right? Yeah, Midam being that low is actually crazy, right? Midam B tier, okay. Yeah, this tier list is not, it's not it. I'm gonna say that, right? Midam, I think, is at most 1 tier, sorry, at least 1 tier lower than Mumu. And they put Mumu in S. I think Bagpipe is not the same tier as Mumu. I think Bagpipe is lower than Mumu. The worst part is I'm not even halfway through this tier list. True. You need a link to this tier list? Are you gonna do the same shit, Chi, when you go live? You're gonna do the same shit. You're gonna go through this and say, what the fuck? So yeah. This list is biased to lazy people. I hard agree. Here's why I hard agree. This right here. If you're gonna put Poncyrus on B-, yeah, this is the Game Press tier list, CJ. This is the Game Press tier list, but Game Press is officially dead now. So the team has moved onto this spreadsheet. This is their new tier list. Okay. So Poncyrus is literally the definition of what they said C- is supposed to be. Right? Because they said C- is anything, they said anything lower than C- is failing. And if you're failing, it means, sorry, if you're not failing, but you're at the cusp of it, it means you're doing the bare minimum. You're barely not failing. Poncyrus is the definition of barely not failing. To put her in B- after they say that shit is absolutely insane. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Putting these 5 units under these 2 units is wrong. Because the reason people value Chochuk is because what people saw on that CC in the CN server, right? And they said, we are not looking at that content, right? They said we are looking at the ceiling for a general player. Chilchuck's gone. He's not pullable. The collab's over, Weez. But yeah, they said this is they're looking at the ceiling for a general player. A general player is not playing that max risk CC. So to imply Chilchuck is going to be better than these 5 units is mental. Chill fuck, god damn it. I didn't even realize he said chill fuck. God damn it. Okay. So, Lapland, I think... Okay, these two should not be here, right? These two should be higher. I think I would agree that Lapland is kind of an A. But I do think Lapland is giga overrated. And I think as time has gone on, Lapland got worse and worse, and then now Lapland has gotten better because they stopped making everyone immune to silence. Oh. Glasses, I think Lapland, I kind of agree that Lapland may have been overrated since launch also, but at the beginning of the game, there was justification because she silenced everything, and everything could be silenced. And then at some point, they said everything is now immune to silence. The silence debuff no longer exists. And during that time, it was bad. She was giga bad, but people still used her. And then now, things can be silenced again. So Lapland stonks have gone up again, right? And then, again, her module has come out adding Fragile. So Fragile has also made it better. Yeah, Lapland can silence the boss's ability to end stage. Yeah. So, I do think Lapland has been overrated for an extremely long time. But I think Lapland is at least an A tier. Especially with the current standard of, oh, this is the ceiling of a unit, right? The ceiling of a unit for a general player. I think the ceiling for Lapland, I think A is fair. What's up, Synthesis? You have spent over 1K on Lapland merch? God damn. God damn. Wait, why should you not have tuned into the stream, Synthesis? What happened? What do you... What happened? You didn't use arts for the first 6 months of your account? Ideal City was not fun. Oop. So yeah, I think Lapland is fine in A. I think Hodor and Irene should be higher. I think La Pluma and Tequila probably at least 1 tier lower than Lapland. This is giga wrong though. These two are definitely better. I think I would put Lapland next to Thorns and Blaze. Actually, Thorns is probably higher than Lapland, right? Honestly, nah, they're about the same. They're about the same level, to be honest. I'll say it. Might be a hot take. Might be a hot take. Thorns and Lapland, honestly, their ceiling are about the same. I guess Thorns' module is pretty good. Because the poison now stacks. So maybe he's still higher. But I could see Blaze being the same tier as Lapland. I just feel bad for Blaze because she used to be so good. But yeah, Solo, I do agree, like, her silence was very useful for a very long time. You more or less agree? Yeah. 3 stars are no longer on the tier list, apparently. Thorn's got the advantage because of range, and that's it. I think the fact that he gets more range, like, he covers more tiles, is what we mean, right? Because their default range is the same. But with skill 3, he obviously gets more. Gives an advantage, and the fact that his bleed now stacks if you get his module. The stacking bleed, I think, is pretty good. And the fact that he can just heal, right? He also just heals himself. 3 stars got removed from the list because of 5-star IS5. Yeah. Here's my issue with that, the glasses. They said they're not going to include ratings from niche and other game modes. So they should just be rating these 3 stars regardless of IS. It shouldn't matter, right? General users would be using 3 stars, I think, right? If you think about general players, you think AFK operators like Thorns and Blaze should have more value? Yes, but the tier list, they said it themselves. We're looking at the ceiling for general players, right? The ceiling isn't necessarily just like where you're gonna use them the most, right? The ceiling is like when you need them to do the thing, they're gonna fucking pop the fuck off, right? Like fucking Minar is gonna pop the fuck off when you need him, right? You don't need to bring him to every stage. Like same with like Neural. I don't think most people are gonna bring Neural to every stage anyways. Or like Gavial. I do agree they're super good, right? I'm not gonna argue that. Yeah, I'm fine with Storms being higher than Lapland. I do think Blaze is gonna get dropped though. I just don't see... I feel like even for general players, Blaze is just not gonna see as much use. You like using Cardigan before IS was a thing? Yeah, I do wish 3 stars was still on the list. Because a general player is going to be using 3 stars. Like, Cruz is still going to get used, right? You still use Blaze a lot because she's a good no-brain lane holder. Yeah, but do you... This is just... I'm not trying to, like, throw shade or anything, okay? This is just a genuine question. Do you consider yourself just a general player? Would you say you are just a general player? Like, compared to, like, what you would define a general player to be? You haven't used Blaze in 2 years? I used Blaze recently, but I definitely don't typically use Blaze in a long time, right? You looked at the skin in the shop? Yeah, dude, the skins are fire in the shop right now. I'm thinking about picking up the Blaze skin. I don't even fucking use her. But yeah, Chi, do you consider yourself just a general player? If you do, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with considering yourself to just be a general player. Like I said, this is not me trying to throw shade at all. This is just, I'm just trying to pick your brain. Because I feel like if you're streaming in game, you probably fall outside of general player. Right? You're definitely not a general player, but you sometimes play through events like a general player. Okay. What does that mean? Sorry. I'm not trying to make this difficult, okay? This is just genuinely what do you mean when you're playing through an event as a general player? K-Total, you're deranged. Shut the fuck up. I think Frigid should qualify as a general player, but he plays his account niche. It's not like Frigid classifies as a general player, but he doesn't play like a general player. Do you count as a general player? I haven't looked at your account in a while, but I think you probably do, Crow. Frigid leans into a bind team, right? And I think most general players wouldn't be trying to make bind teams. You're a general specialist? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I hate it here. Thing with Blaze is you do use Blaze or Mountain to hold a lane. One does not require a healer while the other does. Yeah. Kidding. Okay, buddy. But yeah, while I'm assuming you're still trying to define what I said, Chi. Like I said, you can ask me to drop this if you want. I'm not gonna push this if you don't want me to, like, if you feel uncomfortable with me like asking these questions, right? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So like, there was one time, I don't remember which event, but there was an event where I decided to use release operators only, which I wouldn't consider that's a challenge thing, right? Not a general player thing. I did have a ton of fun doing it. Don't get me wrong, right? I had a ton of fun doing it. It was super silly, but that I wouldn't classify that as general player. As much as some people might hate me saying this, a general player, someone earlier said it too, right? They're just gonna bring logos if they have them, or like Wizardell. Genuinely, like I use logos in Wizardell. Maybe I'm a general player. I'm like a former whale though, right? So like it's a little different, especially like when you look at like my my lineup and my
Doctor,
like my depot. Like I don't think I qualify as a general player, right? I can build pretty much any unit I want. I can M3 them. Like obviously M3 is gonna take time, but I can M3 them. Like because like I have that kind of like quote unquote luxury to just do whatever the fuck I want now. I don't think I qualify as a general player. Anyways, Lapland I think is fine where she is. These two should be higher. These two should be lower, I think. Older general players also like the same shit they used from when you notice. So if Blaze and Saria worked 2 years ago, it'll work now. True. Saria will work no matter what. As much as Saria has been power crept, Shu is a limited unit, right? Shu is a fucking limited unit. So it doesn't matter because not everyone has Shu. Yeah. Solo saying I'm not a general player if we define through units and playstyle, but sometimes I play like a general player and just wanting to use units I want. Yeah. Which I can agree that Blaze, general players are going to use Blaze, right? But her ceiling is not going to be as high as Irene or Hodor, in my opinion, right? Because the tier list is rating by a unit's quote-unquote ceiling. They've broken that rule multiple times. We're well aware. But that is their... That is what they said they're rating this scale with. And I think Blaze's ceiling is lower than Irene's ceiling. Right? I think Blaze's ceiling is probably lower than Thorn's ceiling. I can see her 1 tier lower than Thorn's, or the same. But it's close if it's the same tier, I think. This is mental though. Putting these two lower is mental. La Pluma's not A in your opinion. She's good, but not as good as the units they put in A. Yeah. Like I said. Like earlier they were like, you know, you're comparing these 5 stars to the 6 star, but the tier list said they're putting units by their ceiling. So the tier list itself is saying these units have the same unit ceiling as these units, which is not true. That is not fucking true, dog. Okay, let's go to A minus though. Scotty, bro, I'm officially a Scotty hater. Put that bitch in F. Viviana. I like Viviana. I think Viviana's probably around the same as Lapland. I think this is just Viviana hate. I'm gonna say it. I think this is Viviana hate. I don't think Viviana's a bad unit. I know a lot of people disagree with me. I think a lot of people disagree with me, but I think Viviana's a pretty solid unit. All in all, tier lists are stupid. 100%. I don't make tier lists because I know how stupid it is to try and make a tier list, right? It's ridiculous to try and put things in a tier list because again, some people are going to value certain things more than others. And so people are going to look at a tier list and say, that's fucking wrong, right? That's fucking wrong. Yeah, Spectres ceiling is 100% higher than La Pluma's ceiling, I think. Because the Death Defy is the ceiling. This unit over here is one-shotting everything it hits. Spectre can say no. That's her ceiling. For a general player, having a unit that can cheat death to stall is giga good. And to say that Spectre is lower than La Pluma is mental. Yeah, she becomes unstable, but like that doesn't matter. Like she's doing her job for when you need it. Overvaluing cheat death though, just use fast redeploys, bro. Yeah, but even then, sometimes the fast redeploy gets one shot. I don't remember what it was, but I deployed fucking what's her face? Gravel, and then she got one shot, and I was like, what? I was like, what do you fucking mean she just got one shot? Thing is, challenge stage 4 in chapter 8. Yeah. That's what this. Yeah, but when the second fast redeploy dies, you need a third one. I think you can rotate maybe 3 fast redeploys decently well, but Spectre does that in one slot. Spectre, you think Spectre's gotten worse over time because her value both offensive and defensively is only those 15-second bursts? I agree that she is not as good as she used to be. But for a general player, those 15 seconds could be the difference, right? If you just need the stall, this is gonna save your ass. That's the ceiling. You deploy her, she doesn't die. She then does die, let's say. And if you stall long enough, you get her out again to stall again. So like, I just think Spectre, this is Spectre disrespect. I'm fine with disrespecting Scotty after what she did to me. Fuck that bitch. Put that bitch in F tier. But Spectre, put some respect on her name, you know? If you need stall, just stop blocking and activate shoot skill 3. Thing is, since she's only relevant in those bursts, it requires more thought than used to for general players. I don't think so. Here's why I don't think so, Glasses. Because you just put like, let's say, paint. Let's say you put Spectre in this box, right? Enemy is coming this way. Spectre blocks, gets stunned. You have a defender here, right? You put a defender here. And you put a healer here, obviously, right? Like, whatever the symbol is. You put a healer here. And then, while this defender is blocking, Spectre comes back up. And then you activate her again, right? This unit dies, you activate her again, and you place down a new defender. Yeah, but we're comparing guards to guards right now. And Dogkeepers and Tacticians do not exist in the guard archetype. Yeah, a lot of people have this document open right now. So I am not comparing Spectre to Spec Alter. I'm not comparing her to Midum. I'm not comparing her to Black Knight. I'm comparing Spectre to what other guards can do her job. Plus, she's a 5-star. So, and she's on the selector tickets, right? So like she's giga easy to get. How did y'all this update added a new stage? Did y'all know? Oh, it did. Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. This is the free OP in fucking chapter 9. Wind chimes can do her job. We'll talk about wind chimes when we get to wind chimes. But I think Spectre deserves a little bit of respect here. Okay. I think Viviana is at least the same tier as Lapland, if not higher. I think this is bias and Viviana hate. But I've thought Viviana was good since release, and many people have disagreed with me. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Chen. As a major Chen fan, she is not B tier. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. That bitch fucking lower. It makes me sad. But that bitch lower than fucking B tier, bro. Or B plus, that is. She lowered in B tier, man. I fucking love Chen, but I'm sorry, bitch. I'm sorry, bitch. Helliger? Not general use, her ceiling. We're looking at a unit ceiling, right? Chen ain't doing shit in newer fucking events. What is Palace even accomplishing in B+? What is Palace... You could have cut that sentence off at what is Palace even accomplishing? And you still would have been right. Palace? Like, what the fuck? Instructor. All Minoan operators gain vigor. Wow, amazing. She heals the unit in front of her whenever she attacks. Cool. You're not using this bitch. This bitch is... this bitch is going straight to C-. She's doing the bare minimum to exist. Right? Palace is existing. I'm gonna say that right now. Chen? Okay. As much as I love Chen, right? You're saying, oh, you're right, you're right. I didn't think about this. You're right. Looking at her module, Chen can technically infinite star someone with mod X, skill 1. If their attack speed is low enough, like the giant golems, Chen can technically stun a unit infinitely. So her ceiling pretty high. I'm just saying. Oh, that's such cope. That's such cope. That's so giga cope. But I think Chen's ceiling is probably like B. I wouldn't put her in a B plus as a fan, right? As a fan. I just don't see her in B plus. Dude, fucking, like I said, the Gen Breaker broke me, man. The Gen Breaker broke me when I fucking activated Chen skill 3 and then activated the Gen right after. Yeah. Yeah. Helliger, Helliger's ceiling? Does anyone even use Helliger? Genuine question. I don't care what his ceiling is. Does anyone use this man? I'm gonna put a Lost and Found poster. Has anyone seen this man? I don't know the last time I've seen someone use this man. He's fine with his module. But is anyone actually using? Okay, sorry. We're looking at a ceiling. We're looking at a ceiling. It's what he could technically do, right? It's the one way he cheats death. His second mod's the one where he cheats death, right? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna value that. That's I don't know, man. I don't value that high. It's cheat deaths once per deployment, but like it doesn't give him invincibility or anything. Like he just cheats death once, and then the very next hit can just kill him. I don't know, man. Helligan is there for the I like old people crowd. Isn't that Kelsey? Sorry. Anyways. Cheat Death gives him a fighting chance against Zule, but he still loses. Yeah, Giga loses. You like his drip, but God does he feel bad in modern content. Yeah. So I'm generally I'm generally looking at units for modern content, right? That's why Chen, I think, is like really bad now. Because Chen just does nothing in modern content. Because the enemy's defense and resistances are scaled so high, she just can't do damage. Chen does something, she get look. This the thing is though, I could cope that she did something, and that she gives SP until the Gen Breaker came out, because the Gen Breaker uses skill 3, but Chen cannot battery that. At least with Irene, I could cope and say, you just bring both of them, and Chen's gonna battery Irene, you know. So she's still helping a lot. But like, use her a lot for turning Thorns online faster. Here's why I think Chen is less valuable for that though. Is you just bring the Sui siblings for that now, right? Because the Sui siblings are in general are good. So if you just bring the siblings, they're just gonna battery Thorns anyways, and you don't even need to deploy them. The fact that you don't even need to deploy them for the battery is insane. After the Gen and Naruto getting skills that aren't attack SP, it's so over for Chen. Yeah, like as a Chen fan, Chen stonks have fucking plummeted. If this was a stock market, this is where you would not even buy. This is not even the dip. This is the crash, but it is like you don't buy at this dip. Using Thorns as the defensive offensive recovery battery was never the way. There are better examples even amongst 4 and 5 stars. I agree. But he said Thorns, so I went with Thorns. Anyways, I'm not sure about this, right? I don't know if Helliger is B+. I don't know if Palace is B+. I definitely think Chen is not B+. I'm sorry, Chen. I love you, bitch, but she's definitely better than Palace, I think. Helliger is... I'm not entirely sure. Helliger is kind of in a weird spot because I haven't used him in so long. So, like, I have memories of him doing things really well, but I don't know if that's, like, reality anymore. You feel like alcohol would help rating this tier list? Oh, boy. Do I have something for you? Oh boy, do I have something for you in my Mizuki cup. Oh god. Helliger's last hurrah was CC beta, maybe 0 and 1. Yeah. Helliger's just not... You're not using him in modern content for sure. His ceiling has plummeted, I think. Oh, crack a pack, sure. One shot per wrongly placed operator. Are you trying to fucking kill me? Huh? That's like all of them. You're actively trying to kill me. I didn't know you hated me, Chi. What the fuck? Why do you hate me? I did nothing wrong. Pet. How the fuck do... Petalil? Mincino? Toadstool? Mr. Mime? Exelgor? Lily's Pearl? Greedent? Torchic? Wingle? Oh, and Zoroark EX. Not the full art, sadly, but... And Zoroark does seem like an interesting deck, to be honest. Oh, Psychic! And Zoroark seems pretty good, though. I heard the last time Zoroark was meta, he terrorized the meta. So... You want some of the new Pokemon sets? Fuck them scalpers, for real. I refreshed and got into the waiting list when the shit dropped. Gee. I felt like a crazy person, but I managed to buy it from the Pokemon Center. Fuck them scalpers, dog. Fuck them scalpers. You never saw a single prismatic evolution booster in your life? I would show you some, but I've already cracked them all. They're gone now. But here's our hits so far. This is from Journey Together. This was from what, Paladin Fates, I think, the Bubble Mew. I think this is also Paladin. What is this? Paladin Evolved? I have no clue what this one's from, to be honest. This is from Twilight Masquerade? Question mark? This is from Journey Together. I just like the looks of these cards. This is from the newest one, Journey Together. Yeah, these two I just put in here because I like them. And then I showed this earlier, but I found some old Pokemon cards that I thought I got rid of. So I bought a binder and put them in it. So we actually have a few XY era cards. Right? We have a Gardevoir, Heracross EX, a Full Art Heracross EX, Archie's Ace in the Hole, some Xerneas. Fucking Reflections, man. Camerupt, that is a Blastoise, a Molga. We got 2 Mega Agrons. Gengar, Mega Gengar. This is a different version than this. I think this is a higher rarity version. We got a Manectric EX. We got 2 Lucario EXs. This one's a higher rarity than that one. Primal Kyogre Full Art and a regular Gryogre. What? Gryogre? Groudon. It is not Full Art, sadly. So that is the start of my collection now. Okay, anyways. Helliger I feel like is pretty bad now. I don't know if I'd put him in B+. Guard Amiya is definitely higher potential than Helliger, I think. True damage is true damage, man. For a general player, if they don't have every unit in the game, true damage instantly puts a unit in a higher tier, in my opinion. That's just me. Leto? Who the fuck is Leto? What the fuck does this bitch do? You are a lord. I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of units are gonna go into C- for guards. Amiya's overrated as fuck. I agree, Amiya may be overrated, but I think true damage is true damage. I value true damage for a general user. I think for a general user, that shit's gonna fucking slap. When you need the true damage, you're gonna be like, God damn, this bitch slap. Amiya guard is D tier because you can't use healer, Amiya. Okay, but hear me out. What if they're not that far yet? What if they haven't unlocked out healer Amiya? What does Babik do? Babik is like Chen, but slightly worse. You E2'd Leto because your design is cool. Her design is cool. I'm not gonna argue that, right? There's a medic Amiya, yeah. She's basically just caster Amiya, but better. I think a lot of guards just fall into C-. Where they exist, they do the job of a guard, but they're not like standout. I think Highmore is probably rated too high. Because we are not looking at IS, right? I'm not the one that said it. The tier list itself said we're looking at the units for a general user with some interest in all in all game modes, but we are not rating them based off of that game mode. So Highmore, without considering, you know, IS3, it's 3, right? Which one was Mizuki 3? My memory's bad. I think Mizuki was 3, right? Without thinking about IS3, worse than La Pluma, I will agree with that. Better than Hummus, probably. But a B? I'd put Hummus in fucking C-. Remember, there's letter, like grade minus, regular, and plus. I don't think La Pluma should be an A. all Reapers should be B in your opinion? Maybe not all, right? Executor Alter, his ceiling is pretty high. I'll agree with. I originally was like no, but his ceiling is technically pretty high. But I think most guards just fall in C minus. Most guards, if they're not stand out, they just do their job and exist. In the 4 and 5 stars? I think. Oh wait, I can't consider IS. Is Cutter B? Cutter's okay, even for general content. Yeah, I'd say Cutter's B. I don't know what the fuck Lessing does. I remember Crow was super exciting for Lessing, and then he forgot Lessing even existed the day Lessing came out. Cutter's B was mod, yeah. Yeah, I agree. She does her job pretty well. I'd say she does it better than like you would just expect a guard unit to do, right? He's the worst Helliger. I don't think Helliger should even be in B+. So I would move him to B. I think he's worse than Chen. So I would put him, if I put Chen in B, Helliger would go in B-. And if he's actually just a worse Helliger, that motherfucker B- at most. He's the same boat as Helliger in your opinion? Immune to negative status, which could be useful. Max HP up, increased damage when attacking a blocked target. He can cleanse himself. Oh, but he deals damage to himself. Kind of goofy, but sure. Why not? Why the fuck not? I don't know. Yeah. I think he's probably lower than Helliger reading his shit. Damn, his skin's kind of fire. Sorry, I got off track. I got distracted. Sorry. But yeah, he's probably B-. Arene, I think Arene's fine. But Beak and Cutter being the same tier feels weird, but they're probably the same tier, right? They're probably the same tier. Because I just don't see Babik. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Zai would like want to lynch me for this, but I don't know. Babik's alright, but I just don't value stun that high. Because I think too many things are just immune to stun now, right? I guess general use though, you can still stun like regular mobs. So maybe Babik is higher for general content, right? Okay, you know what? Babik is probably higher than Cutter. As someone who doesn't like using him often, you have to admit Arene for his rarity is pretty versatile for a generalist who doesn't have better options. Yeah, I think Arene is like oddly super good. Like he's not gonna be like standout fucking god tier. You gotta bring him. But like when you need someone to fill that role and you don't have it, don't forget the Silisk considers skill ceiling to some extent. I'm aware. I've used that justification for a lot of things, right? And why I think some aspects of the tier list are giga wrong, because I feel like it's not looking at the ceiling at all. Because saying like Spectre's ceiling is lower than like La Pluma is like crazy. Saying these two have a lower ceiling than these two, I think is giga crazy also. So I'm aware that the skill ceiling, actually it's not to some extent, right? It's not actually to some extent. That is what we're scaling off of. That's what the rate we're aiming is the perspective we're aiming for is the highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. So that's not just what it's considering to some extent. That is what it's considering. According to what it says. That's how it reads. So it's saying all these characters have the same ceiling, and their ceiling is worse than these units, and these units' ceiling is worse than these units, etc., right? And it's just wrong in some aspects, I think. Oh boy. Okay. Rathalos Noir Corn. Probably fine in B tier, right? Utage, I think her ceiling could be higher than Noir Corn. I think Utage's ceiling could be higher than Cutter. I think Utage can be super good. I'm never using her. Don't get me wrong. I'm not using that bitch. But I think her ceiling for someone who doesn't have someone else to make that res increase makes Utage worse. Yeah, but like, this is gonna sound weird, but like, even I don't know if you're here, but like, even when I was saying like, was it Kiave? Let me double check. I literally don't remember this man's skills that well, so because I never use them. But I was saying I think Kiave's skilling, his ceiling is higher than Zima's, because as jank as it is, reducing resistance is good. His skill 2 could be good, right? So in the same aspect, I think you could make use of Utage. I'm not saying specifically who is going to make the resistance worse, right? You think it's a wild take? That's fine. I do agree it's an insane take. I'm agreeing that it is an insane take, but it does raise his ceiling, in my opinion. I think in general, both of them are dog shit. Don't get me wrong. Kiave and Zima are both dog shit, and there's very low likelihood I'm ever bringing either. And Zima probably has more likelihood I'm gonna bring her because I'm bringing too many. Oh, you said you don't think it's a wild take. My bad. Okay, yeah. I misread, my bad. But like, in general, I'm gonna bring Zima more than Kiave, right? Because some stages, I might bring like 4 Vanguards and minus 4 DP. Sure, why not? It's technically better than bringing Texas, right? Because Texas only gives 2. I catch you later, Cheese. Sorry about how traumatic this thing has been so far. Fuck you, Zima goated? No. Anyways. Honestly, I can't give a solid opinion on Fuse because I've literally never used him. That's a lie. I've activated him a few times, but I haven't really like used him, right? So honestly, this guy probably exists in like B- or lower. Yeah, he needs to be set up a certain way. And if the map doesn't give him that, you ain't getting the use out of him, right? Braca. I don't have much thoughts on Braca. I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of units I'm gonna have no opinion on because I literally have never used them or seen them in action. Actually, I have seen Braca in action. That's a lie. I just don't have an opinion on him because I just don't care about him. Centurion. Braca's probably better than Fuse, right? So if we're gonna say Fuse is B tier, because that's what they said, I think Braca is better than Fuse. Braca could be a tier higher. His only crime since his release is that better Centurions exist. Yeah, for sure. Akafuyu, another unit I have absolutely no opinion on. Solo Blade. Immediately, I don't know. Like what? I don't know. Immediately lose 50% of current HP. Gain 1 shield. Wow, 1 shield. Attack up, defense up. Yeah, that doesn't seem that good. I guess the skill 1's okay, but like it's not that good either. Yeah, this Akafu not that good, I'm gonna be honest. Rathalos, I think, is fine where he is. Probably. Because, like, he can block an attack, right? And he can survive pretty long, right? I think Rathalos' Noircorn is fine where he is. Aerscape. Is Aerscape worse than Arene? Is Aerscape's ceiling lower than Arene? Let me read Aerscape real quick. I've used Aerscape before, so. Aerscarp? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think Aerscape can be better. So, if we are putting Arene in B, Aerscape should be at least be B minus. Oh, sorry, B plus. Aerscape has a lower floor, higher ceiling. Yeah. If we're going by ceiling, he can be better for sure. Oda. Aerscape is the best in a thick girls comp, bruh. Oda. Earthshaker. He's like a baby Pepe. I think Oda is interesting. I don't have enough of an opinion to say if this is where he should be. Because I don't think I've ever seen anyone use him. I think the fact that he can levitate is neat. It's like a pseudo stun, right? Some enemies are immune to stun, but some enemies can't be levitated. I think B minus is probably fine. I think his usefulness is probably about the same. Actually, no, I disagree with that. He's probably lower than Noircorn. Because I think Noircorn's ceiling is probably higher. But this is as someone who's never used Oda, right? You were sad when his dad died? He was a very likable character, but you don't remember his name or anything? Yeah. He isn't bad in any way, but Wind Chimes outshines him? Damn, okay. Utage, I already said what I said, right? I think Utage is definitely higher than where she should. Oh, sorry. She is not at where she should be. She should be higher. I think Moose is not this bad. Moose is at least with fucking Cutter. If not higher. Probably higher. This is not right. I think the entire B plus tier is wrong. Would I put Moose higher than Chen? Probably not. I think Chen is a B. I think Moose's ceiling probably reaches about Chen. So Moose would also be a B, I think. I'm not going to reorder units, but I just don't feel like Chen is a B plus. But if Chen is a B, then Moose is a B. Is my opinion. Hummus. Who? And we're not looking at IS, so I can't even be like, oh, well, he's free in IS. Yeah. Who? I have no opinion about this man. Astacia. Astacia is probably about the same as Moose, right? I know Hummus is a Reaper. But you're not going to use him in general content, I don't think. Astacia, I think, is not where she should be. She should be higher. Dagda, literally no opinion about Dagda. It's worse than Moose if you're not Zai. I see. Okay. As someone who doesn't use either, I can't give a solid opinion about these, right? I think for general use, Franca is probably where she should be. And maybe she's even lucky to be where she is. Dagda, I'm just a K total hater, so Dagda should be an F tier. Tachanka. Tachanka Chonka good? Let me think. Why is this man in C+? What's this man do? Incendiary grenade, burning zone, 4 tiles. Arts. Ignores 200 defense when attacking enemies in the zone. Attack interval is reduced significantly. Attack random targets in range, with every attack having 15% chance to increase attack. He's a sword master, I know. Yeah. He's a sword master with his fucking machine gun. Dagda's probably fine where she is, I think. Actually, Dagda's probably better than Franca. The Chonka, I literally have never seen this man in use. So, I can't give a solid opinion. What's Franca's mod? My cope is not gonna allow me to believe you that he does more than Chen, so fuck you. Look, at least I'm honest. At least I'm honest, man. Let's see. Increase attack when attacking blocked enemies. Chance to ignore defense. I don't know. Frank is probably fine where she is. Not making him a lord is such a crime? Yeah. He should have been a lord class. He does more than Chen in the same context as Exia does more DPS than Wisdel? I see. So he doesn't actually. Got it. Because Exia does do her job very well, but her job is not the same job that Wisdel is fulfilling. They are on completely different fucking scales. Doc. I think Doc's an okay unit. I think he's fine at C though, or C+. Estelle. As someone who thinks Estelle is super fucking cool, her ceiling is not that high. I think at best, she is C. At worst, she is C-. Where she is existing and doing the bare minimum. Because that, remember, C lower than C- is failing. I think at best, she is just C. Man, the Warlord? That's right. Luo Zhaohe. I tried Luo Zhaohe when he came out for a bit. I think this motherfucker kind of cool. But is he kind of good? That's the question. Is he kind of good? No. Zule exists and does the bare minimum. Zule is a C-. So anyone this tier list, yeah, like you said, anyone this tier list creator, it's a group of people actually. It's more than one person. Anyone who says anyone lower than Zule means their ceiling is worse than Zule's. Yeah, Zule is like doing the bare minimum. He's not quite excelling in what you need him to do, ever. So we're gonna see C here. Now Savage is S-, and C-. Anyways, Laios is higher than a C. This man funny as fuck. Have you seen this man one punch? Nah, put this man straight in the X. I've seen this man one punch someone. Nah. How is Indra lower than Dagda? Good question. I think Indra's a pretty bad unit anyways, but good question. Surely conviction. Nah, I think Laios is probably... I feel like he's like a B-. Laios, I could see Laios holding his own with Snoarcorn. Matoe Maru? Who? Never heard of her. Anyways, Flamebringer, dog shit. Put him in F. Sidorica? Probably fine. Whislash? No clue what the fuck this bitch does, I'm gonna be honest. She's hot. She's hot. I'll give you that. She's an instructor. I know that much. But what does she actually do? She gives allies with 3 or more block, attack speed, and defense. Technically, could be good. Her ceiling could be okay, but she's fine where she is, I think. Sidorica? That's right. That's the Gacha game, right? Arts Fighter. I don't think she's that good. I think she is persisting, slightly better than existing and doing nothing. So I would put her at a C. So I think she is fine exactly where she is. Matoi Maru, I think is barely scraping by. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, losing range is offensive as fuck. I think Matoi Maru is getting by at C is fine. I'd probably put her in C minus with the way they're grading. But she's probably fine in C. C minus. Units that are doing the bare conviction should be an F. What? Nah, this is wrong. Anyways, conviction should be an F. That's a fucking joke. General players are not fucking using conviction. Don't lie to yourself. Bee Hunter is absolute dog shit, but I will say she is probably C minus. Jackie, I think, is fine. Morgan and Flint. I don't know enough about these 2 units or even Quartz. These units literally do not exist in my eyes. So I'm sure. But I think Flint is probably better than this, right? I think putting Frostleaf in F is pretty offensive, especially since we are looking at modules now, right? The tier list creators did say we are considering modules. And if we're considering modules, we are bringing cold. Which by herself is going to do nothing. But if you're bringing cold, you're not bringing 1 cold by itself, right? You're going to bring someone who can also help and benefit from this. So I think this is wrong. I am not a huge Frostleaf fan. But I think Frostleaf is at least a... probably holding her own next to, like, Whislash. So I think C is fine. C minus at minimum. But at least a C. Doberman, I will agree, pretty bad. Swire this low is kind of crazy, but, like, no one uses Swire, I feel like. No one uses Swire? Flint is Bee Hunter, but better? I feel like that's wrong, but I'm going to read what Flint does in a second. Let's see. No one really used Swire from my understanding. Even when she was new. So putting her F tier is probably fine. She's not even Frostleaf to Enjoyers Can't Defend her. I don't know. I feel like Frostleaf could be in C minus. At least. Maybe C. Because remember, we're considering their ceiling. Without her module, I'd agree. Put that bitch in F. But with module, Frostleaf does increase her ceiling. Right? Now, I'm a genuine Bee Hunter hater. So, smile. Flint. What are you doing, bitch? More damage to enemies that are not blocked by this unit. I already don't like her. I don't like that, but okay. Slow target. She can't block them. Well, she's not trying to block them. What is slowing them gonna fucking do? This bitch seems bad. She's the only guard in the game whose ceiling gets worse than E2. Are you sure? Have you looked at Skyfire? Are you sure about that? Nah, I think Frostleaf is at least C minus, maybe C. I think Swire's pretty bad. I think Doberman's pretty bad. I literally don't know what this man does. This man is an instructor. Okay, he's pretty bad. I'm not even gonna read it. Most instructors, I think instructors are just a bad archetype in general, which kind of sucks. But I didn't design them. Wind chimes, Crusher. Attacks all blocked enemies, but you only get 2 block. Does your skill give you block? No. You get stun. Oh, hiccup, what the fuck? You get stun. I don't know. Sanctuary's okay, I guess, right? She seems interesting, but I don't think she's an F tier. The fact that she gets Sanctuary and then can stun, pretty good, I think. Yeah, I don't think she's an F tier. I don't think she's super good. I would not put her in B. I would not put her anywhere in the B tiers. But I would put her somewhere within the C tiers. I do not have enough information because I've never used her to declare where in the C tier. But I would not put her in F tier. I think she is at least doing better than B Hunter. So she's at least C. That's my opinions on that. God damn, we've only done fucking 2 subclasses so far. Jesus. Defenders. How have we only done 2 sorry, we've only done 2 classes so far. Holy fuck, this is gonna take forever. We'll do defenders today, and then we'll come back and do some more on the next stream, I think. How is Shu the only EX defender? Because Shu is on a class of her own. I think I would probably agree with that. I think putting no one in S plus is offensive. I think by leaving empty spots in this S plus tier, like they did with the Vanguards, they're causing themselves to condense more operators within the same tier and lower tiers that do not belong in the same tier. So having empty tiers like this is the most stupid thing you could do with a tier list, in my opinion. Because it's not like you're saying, oh yes, these defenders are the same tier as these guards. No, you were comparing the guards to guards. So you were saying she was so good, she is better than the... She is so good, like... They're doing what Windows did, except Windows even backed out on that, right? It went from like Windows 8 to Windows 10. Because we made so many improvements that there's never going to be any more better Windows. It's just going to be Windows 10 forever. And then they're making a Windows 11. So basically, we went from 8, 9, and 10. 11 is essentially 10, right? So by leaving this empty spot, all you're doing is making your tier list worse. Because now you're condensing too many units into these lower tiers that shouldn't be grouped together. Anyways, Horn by herself on S tier. Wrong. Where's Saria? Shu is better than Saria by miles. I'm not gonna argue. But not everyone has Shu. Everyone can get Saria. She is literally in recruits. Like, sure, it's random if you're gonna get her, but everyone can get Saria. Saria is giga goated. You cannot disrespect Saria. Yeah, neither is Shu that eclipsing for you to not play any defender. Yeah. It's not even random. She's in the beginning selector. Oh, yeah. Even more reason, right? Yeah, but you play like a jank fucking account, Synthis. So, opinion invalid. Saria is one of the best units you could get at the start of your account. And then she holds her, she carries her weight throughout the entire time. Right? Saria is going to do her job super well. Her ceiling is super high. There is no world where Saria isn't at least one tier lower than Shu. Because I will agree, Shu is probably higher than Saria. But to say Saria is not even 2 tiers lower than her is insane, right? She's in the very next tier, right? But yeah. Healing defenders existing invalidated the existence of medics for a very long time, right? So to not put Saria in the tier right below Shu is mental. Her ceiling is immensely high. Shu's is higher, but Saria's ceiling is immensely high. And then she also has skill 3, right? Skill 1 super good, skill 2 is super good, skill 3 is super good. There are many situations where you want to swap her skills. She is one of the few units, I would say M9. Because every single skill is going to carry its weight. I bring one medic, and it's just Eye Alter. I bring one fucking medic, and then it's just healing defenders. And before Eye Alter, I didn't bring medics unless I needed Nightingale or like elemental medics for certain fucking like mechanics, right? So like to imply Saria is not S plus when Shu is an EX is so fucking disrespectful. Yeah, Nightingale and less so, but Shining are still good, I think. Right? Medic wise, I think Nightingale and Shining have their place. Shining less so, but Nightingale is just so good. I've always said Talops is overrated. I've said this since the beginning of the game. She's not bad. I'm not gonna argue. But we're not talking about medics. We're talking defenders right now. I'm not comparing Saria to a medic, but like healing defenders literally invalidated medics for the longest time. Medics were so bad that they had to fucking make mechanics so medics could heal something other than health to make them better, and then also make medics do damage instead of fucking healing. Right? That's how much healing defenders invalidated medics. They had to change medics to do other shit than heal. Because why the fuck would you not just bring a healing defender? And yeah, Saria is still being used in high difficulty because of skill 3, slowing, which, you know, is useful, and then arts damage of all enemies nearby is increased. Arts damage taken by enemies nearby is increased by 55%, right? And then the AoE heal on skill 3 is less like a huge thing, but it can be good, and it still activates her battery, right? if they get damaged. So if you have the battery module equipped, right? Or like no module, also batteries, I guess, but you know what I mean. So like she is so kitted to not put her in S plus right under Shu, because Shu is like, I don't think you can argue that Shu is worse, like better, right? Like she just is. She just is better. I don't think I need to explain why Shu is an EX. But not put Saria here is just absolute mental. Like, I'm curious what mental gymnastics they went through to not fucking put Saria here. Horn, I would put Horn on the same tier as Saria. Because Invis detection has become very valuable in some situations, like more often, right? But I think I could put Horn 1 lower actually than Saria. I think her potential is good. Yeah, they're both important. I'm not arguing that. Like the role she fills very well. There's not many units that fill it as well as her, right? Horn's invis detection requires a non-invis enemy in the vicinity. This is true, but the reason I think it's still good is because you put Horn here, you put Saria like here. Saria blocks someone, Horn shoots it, and then detection is now there, right? And the detection can detect flying enemies also. She can't hit the flying enemies, but she can reveal the invisible flying enemies for your allies to deal with, right? So you don't need to rely on Silver Ash. You don't need to rely on Enos to get that vision, right? If you're using Horn only for that, you're using it wrong. True, but I think it's one of the few things that are exclusive to her within this defender archetype. So within the defender archetype, if you're just looking at defenders, that does add value to her. Her skill 3 does a gigaton of damage, right? Maybe it's not as much as like the guards, but we're not looking at the guards, right? We are not looking at guards. Oh, right, Sentinel defenders. I forgot about their I forgot about that stuff. I forgot about that. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot they added that mod. That's on me. That's on me. But we are looking at a unit's ceiling, like complete ceiling. And I think Horn does a lot of damage, regardless of the invis detection, right? She does a lot of damage. She gives defender operators more attack, which you could say is not that great. But more attack for Saria means more healing. Same with Shu. More attack means they might be able to kill something before they get killed, right? And then what's her mod Y? I don't know her mod Y very well. When not blocking enemies, prioritizes dealing ranged AoE physical damage and attack speed, plus 10. Attack speed up, defense up. Instead of retreating when defeated, recovers HP to max. Sorry, gains minus 50% max HP. Attack speed buff is increased, defense buff increased. Triggers someone's point of deployment. That seems like exactly the same. Am I crazy? What's her mod Y doing? Is it just more numbers on those? That's what it seems like. Horn has the value of hitting bosses from a safe range. Yes. Being able to shoot from a safe location, super good. Super good. You know what? I would put her on the same tier as Saria. And I would put Saria S+, I think. What did I just do? I just scrolled to the side on accident. Penance, Mudrock, Jessica, Saria on the same exact tier. I could be wrong, but I don't think Jessica's that good. But for general usage, for general player, I could see her being good. I don't have penance, so I can't give proper thoughts on her, but I do know that she's very good. And she is basically a side grade to Mudrock, I think. I don't think she's like super power creep Mudrock. I would say they're probably on the same grade. And looking at Jessica's just a general usage, right? What her ceiling can get to, she's actually not that bad. This is the issue with leaving a tier blank. Yes, this is exactly why leaving a tier blank is an issue, right? Because why the fuck is Saria in the same tier as these units? Why are we leaving tiers blank? That shit's so ridiculous. What list is this? This is the Game Press tier list that got moved because Game Press is dead. You can't wait to see the medic section? Oh boy. Oh boy. I think this is probably fine, but Saria is wrong. Saria has to be S+, and Horn maybe goes with her. I can see an argument where Horn is worse than Saria, but I think that's overvaluing healing defenders, which I typically tend to do, okay? Which is why I'm like, I'd be okay with Horn being lower, but I do think Horn is probably on the same tier as Saria. Upon further consideration, right? Nyan. Nyan's ceiling? Nyan's ceiling could be high, because she does give block to other operators in range. And then she giga buffs them, right? In theory, yeah, in theory, she could be super good. I think in execution, she's not that good. Yeah, her skill 2 is probably what people are going to use. I don't know. Let me read Nyan real quick. Let me just double check that I understand what she's doing. Skill 2 is like a Thorns, right? Essentially. It's like Hoshi skill 2, except you have to activate. Yeah, it's not a passive. Oh, it silences. I didn't realize it silences. Okay. I value silence a little less than I used. I used to think silence was really good, but they started making everything immune, and then now they're making things not immune to silence anymore. So maybe I need to readjust my evaluation of silence. Not the unit, the effect, right? You know what? I think this is probably fine, but maybe Nyan should be in Mudrock rank. She and Hoshi have the same job. Oh my god, I just realized Hoshi's not fucking here. Oh, this is Hoshi disrespect. Yeah, Hoshi and Nyan are definitely on the same tier. As someone who doesn't use Nyan as much as Hoshi, they're definitely on the same tier, I think. I don't agree that Hoshi is worse than Nyan. I think that's wrong. Maybe that's biased from me, but I don't think that's correct. Blemishine, I think her ceiling is not the same as Hoshi's. I think Blemishine is good, but she is not that good. Hot take, you don't think Nyan is quite on the same level as Mudrock? I prefer Hoshi more than Nyan, right? You think Nyan only surpasses Hoshi in harder content while Hoshi is better in general? Yeah. But this is... I think a general player for general content would prefer Hoshi over Nyan. Specifically because Hoshi does not need to activate for her skill 2. Some people will value arts more. Correct. Not going to argue that. Because she does arts thorns, right? Rather than physical thorns. Yeah, I think Hoshi goes up, Blemishine stays where she is. I don't think Blemishine's a bad unit, but I don't think she's on the same tier as Hoshi. Eunectus. I don't ever... As I see people talk and say really good things about Eunectus, but I never see anyone actually deploy her. People will say she does things, but they're not willing to actually use her and prove it to me. So I don't know where I would put Eunectus. I've heard she can do really good though. So her ceiling maybe is correct at A-. I just don't have the personal experience to argue for or against this. You've deployed her many times. A- sounds good. Okay. I've heard good things. I just literally never see anyone actually use her. Like I said. Croissant. I like Croissant. Is she B+? I'm going to wrap around Croissant because I want to see who they say is worse than Croissant, right? I need to see who they say is worse than Croissant to say if Croissant should be the same, better, or worse than them. Because Croissant is probably lower than everyone that's shown up so far. I will agree with that, right? I will agree with that. Cute-wise, I think Croissant's a fucking EX. I think Croissant's cute as hell. I love Croissant. Croissant's good, but this is like a newbie tier. Why is Turtle not a tier? Ashlock, Fire Whistle, Baseline, Neural. I think Neural's potential is probably higher than Croissant. Neural is probably better than Croissant. These two should definitely switch spots. As a dedicated Quora hater, Quora probably falls in the same tier as Gummy. And I think Gummy would be right under Neural. So if I put Neural in B+, I would be okay with Quora in B if Gummy was also here. Ashlock, I don't know well enough. Let me look up Ashlock. Neural A tier minimum? Honestly, true. But the issue with that thought process, I think I think healing defenders are overvalued. As someone who overvalues healing defenders myself, I think healing defenders are overvalued. I would not put Neural in the same tier as Hoshi. I don't know enough about Eunectus to say she would be in the same tier as Eunectus. But I would say I am comfortable putting her at least one tier lower than Eunectus, right? So that's why I'm saying one tier higher for Neural. Maybe more, but at least one tier higher for Neural. Anyways, Ashlock. Ashlock is a fortress. When not blocking, prioritizes dealing ranged AoE physical damage. Okay. We love fortresses. We love Fortunite. Seems interesting. She is probably the same tier as Neural. And if I'm willing to move Neural up one, I think Ashlock follows. Fire Whistle, I know what she does. I think Fire Whistle is cool. I don't know if she is good. I don't know if she is good. Yeah, Fortress in general don't want to block. That's normal. Would I put Fire Whistle in the same tier as Neural? If I move Neural up, right? Would I say Fire Whistle's the same as Neural? Or is Neural's ceiling higher? I think I would put them in the same tier. So I think Fire Whistle should be one higher. Baseline. Who? Guardian. So he's a healing defender. He's basically just Neural reading his shit. I've actually never read Baseline's abilities. He just seems like he's Neural. He's like the same fucking unit. Am I crazy? Is this not the same fucking unit twice? Neural. Hold on, I'm gonna read their skills side by side. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Okay. So Neural skill 1 M3. Next attack restores HP equal to 180% attack to nearby enemy with less than 50% HP. Store 3 charges. 4 SP cost. He also stores 3 charges. He also has 4 SP cost. And he also heals 180% of his attack to someone with less than 50% HP. Is this the same fucking ability? What's their attack and defense? Give me a second. What's their attack and defense? Am I not reading the same unit twice right now? He has slightly more attack. He has slightly less HP. They have the same resistance, and his defense is slightly lower. But they're basically the same fucking unit. For all intents and purposes, they are the same unit. The talent is their difference. Increased healing effect received by all allies by 10% when deployed. Okay. Plus 12 resistance. If there are allied operators in the surrounding 8 tiles, gain another 4. So he gains 16 resistance at most. And she just makes everyone get healed for more. So the fact that she has less attack doesn't matter for her healing. Because she just heals more. Right? Okay. So skill 1 wise, they're exactly the same. In my opinion. I'm not going to do the math, but they're the same. They're the same unit. Neural skill 2. Plus 80% attack. Stops attacking. Focuses on healing surrounding allies. 40 SP. 30 cost. Oh, sorry. 30 initial. So his SP cost is higher. It is 20 higher. He starts with 53. So we can. His first activation is faster. But from then on, his activations are all slower, right? Plus 80% attack, stop attacking, and focus on healing nearby allies. Each heal giving the target a barrier that absorbs arts damage equal to 60% of his attack. I think barrier is a very good mechanic. And it absorbs only arts damage, but I think that's okay. Because arts damage is a problem for a lot of units. So, if Neural goes up, he goes up. Because they are exactly the same unit. So all 40s go up 1 tier. I think Croissant... Is Croissant the same tier as Neural? Let me read. Has a 20% chance to resist physical and arts damage. Allies in force around the tiles obtain half the effect. Okay. Skill 1. Defense up. Talent effect increases to 200%. So, 400? Sorry, 40% chance to resist damage? Skill 2. Magnetic Hammer. Bumps nearby enemies away greatly. So she's a pusher, stunning them for 4 seconds, which can be useful, dealing 480% attack as physical damage to them. Her module at P5 has 30% chance to resist physical and arch damage. So it boosts her skill 1 to 60% rather than 40%. I would say she's about the same tier as Neural. I don't think she's going to see as much use as Neural, but I do think she's within the same tier as Neural. Its range is strange. Yeah. Its range is an X around her, right? So if someone gets behind her slightly, most events should be the same tier, to be honest. Probably. Liskarm, I think Liskarm probably goes in B+, and maybe even A-, because it's about their potential, right? And Liskarm's potential is very high because she batteries the shit out of someone. Right? So I think Liskarm should be at least an A-, because I don't know if I would be willing to put her in the same tier as Hoshi. But she could be the same tier as Hoshi if we're just looking at her potential, because potentially she can battery someone whose skill is very crucial, which increases her value. I'm not going to specifically name who you should battery, but that's just her potential being raised because she could battery anyone. Underflow, don't know what you do. I'm be honest, don't know what you do, dog. Underflow, Sentry Protector. What are you eating at me for? Gravity? Deals arch damage per second to targets on attacking, lasting 3 seconds. Damage doubled against Seaborn. Attack up, defense up, or range increase. Attack up, attack speed up. Attacks become toxic. Piercing up to 4 enemies and inflicting slow. Honestly, I think she's fine where she is. I just don't see this as very good. It's interesting, but I don't think it's that good. I'm willing to be wrong. Again, I don't know Underflow very well. So maybe she is a tier higher next to Neural and Liskarm and them. Yeah, this tier list is fucking mental, bro. This tier list is mental, Consto. I'm gonna finish Defenders. Don't tell me anyone passed like to the right of the Defenders. We're gonna finish Defenders and then probably end the stream for now, because it's getting a little late for me. Her mats are a bit too late. I see, because she's a more recent unit. Yeah, I just don't see. Yeah, I'm not even taking that into account really, but I just don't think Underflow seems that good. Bubble, I think is fine where she is. Same as Korra, but I do think I would bump Gummy next to Korra. I do think Senshi, his ceiling is not as high though, I think. Senshi's probably fine 1 tier lower than Gummy. Because I feel like his ceiling is kind of fucked. Because his ceiling requires Marcel and them, right? So Senshi's probably fine where he is. Shalem. I have no clue what this man does. Normal attack steal arts while skill is active. Arch Protector. In we're not looking at his IS2 stuff, right? Because the tier list said we're not looking at, you know, mode specific things. Attacks have 20% chance to reduce target's resistance. Technically that raises his ceiling a bit, but it's only a chance to reduce resistance. So I'm not gonna look at that one that hard. I'm gonna be honest. Marcel requires Senshi, not the other way around. I disagree, because no one's using Marcel skill 3. So Senshi isn't even useful if you're going to use Marcel skill 2. So let's see. Shalem's skill 1. Attack interval reduces moderately. So he attacks faster, HP up, attacks all blocked enemies. Skill 2. Lose 5% HP every second. Attack range expands to like a shotgun. Attacks change their firing 6 times. Attacks change to firing 6 times with 80% attack at random enemies. This unit seems dog shit. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, this unit seems bad. I would put him under Senshi. I'm not putting this man in the same tier as Senshi. I'm not going to disrespect Senshi that bad. Aurora, I've heard and seen in use. Aurora seems okay in B-, I think. I don't think for general content, she's going to be as good as like Korra. Gummy, I already said she'd be 1 higher, right? Blitz? Blitz is interesting. Blitz is interesting. Mainly because like you can't really get him anymore. So like I feel like putting the limited operators, like collab operators specifically, because limited units do get some reruns, right? Collab operators are kind of weird to put on a tier list because they're just not accessible, right? At your computer now, Aura and B- was the modern only makes sense. Because so many characters resist cold these days. Okay. Okay. You're the one that uses Aura a lot, so I will be fine with you saying that, right? Yeah, Aurora needs another unit, right? It was the reason I said Frostleaf can go in at least C-. We assume the player has them. I guess, yeah, we are assuming the player has them, but we can't assume synergy with other collab units, right? Because the other collab units, they may not have. Okay, so Flash Shield is okay, right? We can assume the synergy? I don't think so. I disagree that we can assume synergy. Oh, it doesn't exist? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess in situations where there is no synergy, there's no point in like considering it, but still, you know what I meant. Fuck you. Are we supposed to evaluate each operator on their own? I'm evaluating by their... so they didn't say we're evaluating units on their own. They said we are evaluating the unit by their ceiling. And if there are some synergies that exist, I'm going to evaluate somewhat based on some synergies. It's maybe not for like, oh, you know, all the Sui siblings have synergy. And I'm going to assume every unit I'm looking at, I'm going to assume the Sui siblings synergy is active. Like that, I'm not doing that, right? Because those are limited units. But if it's for like more common units that people are probably going to have, like Aurora plus Frostleaf, I'm willing to say is probably going to be a synergy I can consider. Because if they have Aurora, they probably have Frostleaf. Because Frostleaf literally is free and comes with your Xbox. I don't think it's a very strong combo. Sorry, Frigid. But I can assume that this synergy is going to exist. What if you don't have an Xbox? It's okay. All of Xbox games are going to be put on PC. Welcome back, Diego. Xbox has no games. Yeah, I think Frostleaf in C-, which she's doing the bare minimum to not be a fail, is fine. Maybe 1 higher, but I think that's a little much. Heavy Rain. Oh wait, I didn't even finish reading Blitz. Blitz. Disables abilities. What does disable abilities mean? What does that even mean? Silence? What does that even mean? Attacks all blocked enemies once, dealing 200% attack as physical damage, stunning them for 7 seconds. 7-second stun is kind of nuts. 200 attack speed. Talent 1 effect is increased, which is increased damage to stunned units. He seems interesting. I think Blitz is probably fine on the same tier as Aurora. What's the lowest on tier? Yeah, C- is the lowest tier, and then anything under C- is just F. And if you get an F, you fail. Basically, by bringing you are doing more damage to the team. In a sense. Blitz is good, shouldn't be that low to be honest. I don't know if I would put Blitz in the... I mean, I guess Stun's pretty good. I think you could argue with me to put Blitz in the same tier as Korra. Blitz stuns for 7 seconds with skill 2. So I think you could argue with me to put him into B tier. But I think he's okay where he is also. You know what? No. I think he does go B tier rather than B-. Because I think he's probably in the same tier as Gummy, and I think Gummy is in the same tier as Korra. They don't fill exactly the same roles, but Korra's going to tank the shit out of something, and Gummy's going to bring decent healing. I've said it before. I understand healing defenders are slightly overrated. Overvalued, I said, right? But Gummy also technically brings stun, right? Yeah, she does have her bonk. Crack a pack? We'll crack a pack and then we'll talk about Heavy Rain. Yeah. Cracking a pack. All right. Nimble. Larvitar. Remoraid. Carablast. Ends PP did what? Iono's Electrode. Hop's Bag. Pangoro. Komala. Ends Reshiram. Fighting Energy. It's okay, I guess. I'll put the Ends bag aside. Sorry, Hop's bag aside. Because I do want to try and make the Hop deck IRL. They stuck Bubble in B. Just a lot of defense and can survive nukes when active. So that makes sense. Compared to Korra, feels weird though. Yeah, I think it's fine though. I think it's fine. Heavy Rain. Let us see where Heavy Rain should be, shall we? Heavy Rain blocks 3 enemies. She is a protector. Heavy Rain and all allies on high ground tiles and surrounding 8 tiles gain 20% physical dodge. Okay. Next attack grants camouflage. Ooh, I didn't even know she did that. Healing per second. Lasting for duration seconds. They forgot to put an actual number here. How long does this last? I'm just gonna show this real quick. The A ship is slightly broken, where they forgot to put the duration. This is supposed to be a sliding number, I think, but it's broken, so it doesn't tell me what the duration is. Does someone know the duration of this? Asking for a friend, thanks. 4? Okay. Seems pretty good. The only issue with this is they're already under 50% HP, so they have to take damage. So if they're over 50% and they just get shot and die, this does nothing. I would prefer this if it could just camouflage anyone that was hurt nearby, rather than they have to be under 50%. Because if the damage doesn't do enough, it's a problem. I'm about to read skill 2, don't worry. I'm about to read it. Stops attacking, defense up, max HP up, self and allies and surrounding 4 tiles gain camo. gaining camo for yourself is something I do not value that highly for the defender. Giving I wish she gave camo in the surrounding 8 tiles rather than just an X, or sorry, a plus. But I don't think it's bad. I think this is usable. But I don't think she's in the same tier as Gummy. And since I want to move Gummy up one, I think Heavy Rain is fine where she is. I understand I may be underrating her, like you said you think she is. But I don't know how highly I want to value that camo right now. If it was an 8 tiles around there rather than the plus, I would really value it a lot higher. But she only gives camo to someone in front of her, which probably doesn't matter. She gives camo to herself, which she's the defender. So okay. She gives camo behind her, which is probably maybe okay. But the sides is what I'm really care about, because whatever sides are on like a high ground, wherever she's placed. I think those high ground tiles getting camo could matter, right? You remember people using her against Emperor's Blade control placements of domination. Interesting. I don't think she suddenly becomes the best operator in the game. I think she's still going to be very underutilized, even if she had 8 tiles. Personally. The camo is based on who she heals on skill 1. I'm talking about skill 2 now. Skill 2 is just a camo for in an X. Oh, sorry, a plus. Asbestos. Asbestos is bad. Do not breeze asbestos. Yeah, her skill 2 doesn't heal either, which is kind of weird, but I do not have enough of an opinion. I do think Hung should probably be higher than C+. As a dedicated Hung hater, Hung should probably be higher than that. I might put him on the same tier or higher than Gummy. I'm gonna be honest. I prefer Gummy over Hung, but they're probably at least the same tier, right? Asbestos is great. I was making a joke that, don't breathe asbestos in because asbestos is bad and blah, blah, blah. Like IRL, but... Asbestos. Restores 3 SP when hit by enemies. Normal arts attack. Dodges next instance of art. So she's like anti-arts. Pretty cool. You know what? Asbestos goes higher. I think Asbestos should be better than probably a C+. Because C- is you doing the bare fucking minimum. I think she's doing a little bit better than bare fucking minimum. I think I'm willing to stick her in the same tier as Senshi. Sherney. I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. Yeah, I do remember he had good magic resistance because his event required good magic resistance, right? Oh, it wasn't his event, but you know what I mean. Damn, he gets 100% increased resistance. Okay. Skill 2. Maximum HP increased by 100%. More likely to be attacked. For every attack taken, increase attack by 30% up to 10 times. So 300% attack at max. Deals 250% attack as arts to all nearby enemies when skill ends. This is very jank. Honestly, you were saying a lot of the defenders can be in the same rank. I'm kind of feeling that right now. I think he could go into B- here. I think he's probably better than a C+. Yeah. He seems alright. Bison. Defender Protector. If a Vanguard or a Guard is deployed with behind him, they get 50 defense. That shit doesn't matter. Shit does not matter. Skill 1, just increase defense. Skill 2, stop attacking, defense up. Increase defense of allies in 4 adjacent tiles. Increase likelihood of being targeted. Bison seems pretty bad. No, I think Bison's under Shurney. I think he's worse than this guy. You've never heard of him? He was pretty early on in the game. He came out with like a... He's related to like the Penguin Logistics in a way, where they're like a competing company, right? Matterhorn, I think, probably goes at least 1 tier higher. I think Matterhorn's not a bad unit at all. I don't ever use him, obviously, but in the beginning of the game, he was definitely fucking great. Right? He was definitely fucking great. Yeah, these are the old days, bro. You wouldn't get it. I'm kidding. Bison was the free unit though, if I remember correctly. Luto Nada. Juggernaut. I think Juggernauts, other than, you know, the Giga Goated ones, are pretty bad, right? Recovers HP when an enemy being blocked by this unit is killed. So she's like a pseudo... She's like a goofy Estelle in a way, right? Attack up on skill 1. Stop attacking, deploy massive shield, create magnetic field. Gain defense, deals attack as arch to all nearby ground enemies every 2 seconds. Drags all unblocked enemies slightly towards itself. I don't think she's very good. I think she's exactly where she should be. Doesn't seem that good. Actually, if I'm willing to move Matterhorn up, I think she's at least the same tier as Matterhorn. So you know what? Move her up. I've basically emptied C plus tier though by doing that, right? I think I moved everyone up at least to B minus. This is the issue. This is the issue with having an empty tier though. Why the fuck are you putting an empty tier? It's so stupid. C tier. Vulcan, Durnar, Cement. Vulcan. Well, all the defenders are at least going to do the bare minimum. So they have to be in C minus at least, right? Vulcan got a range up module. Vulcan. I don't have a lot of thoughts on Vulcan because I've never used her and I don't ever see anyone use her, so I don't have enough thoughts on Vulcan. Cement seems okay. Durnar, probably okay. I would probably put Durnar on the same tier or lower than Matterhorn. And if I'm moving Matterhorn up 1, Durnar goes up at least 1, right? All the defenders are at least doing their job, I think, right? Where they're at least going to be defending. I'm about to read Cement right now. Give me a second. Cement. Only restores SP when blocking enemies. Gain physical damage reduction. Effect doubling after being deployed for 35 seconds. That's pretty good. So 24% physical damage reduction. 30% if you have max potential. That's concrete, baby. Skill 1. Deals 280% attack as damage to all enemies within attack range. And her attack range is 1 tile in front of her. Okay. So it's just AoE. Okay, cool. Store 2 charges. This doesn't seem that great, but sure. Why not? Why the fuck not? It doesn't seem that good. Skill 2. Gains 20 stacks of a buff that grants 21% defense per stack. That is crazy. A stack is consumed each time damage is taken. That's... Time to pull out a calculator. Hold up. 0.21 times 20. That's 400.2% increase. Okay, her defense is gonna be 628 times 5.2. Yeah, it seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. Yeah, she seems pretty good. I think she's at least Matterhorn. So if I move Matterhorn up 1 tier, Cement is going to go to B-. Oh, wow. Another empty tier. Another empty tier. Yeah. Yeah. Defenders are just good, though. I don't think defenders can not at least do their job, right? But this is ridiculous. Why are we putting empty tiers? Saria? This is immense Saria disrespect. Saria is a solid unit now. And she's been in the game since the beginning. She's at least S+. This is immense disrespect, and I can't stand for this. And not only that, they're saying Horn is better than Saria too. No, I think Horn being slightly higher than Jessica is fine, personally. Personally, I think I'm okay with it. I think Saria should be here. Horn is either here or here. We're about to end the stream anyways. I was going to do all the defenders and then we'll come back to this another stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by. What's Neural at? Neural was put at S-. I don't know. I think the lower end of the tier, a lot of people aren't going to care about as much. But I think this is not organized properly down here. You feel like at one point super early on, Saria was easily the best unit in the game. She's still super versatile too. Yeah. Like she has not fallen off. Literally has not fallen off. Am I going to make my own? Probably not. I'll just give my opinions on this tier list. Yeah, this tier list is whack as hell. I'm probably going to upload a lot of... I'm probably going to cut all of this and put it into an upload once we go through all the tiers. Oh, sorry, classes, to be honest. Yeah, there's some serious bias in a lot of this, I think. There's some serious bias. This is crazy. For a general player, Chilchuk's ceiling is not higher than Saga's. There's no chance in hell. A general player is not fucking gonna use Chilchuk more than Saga, I think. Or not even that. The ceiling. Chilchuk's ceiling, I don't think is... Yeah. I think putting Myrtle A+ is fine, because I think Myrtle is slightly overrated. As someone who overrates her, right? Mumu should probably be S, because I do think Enos is probably the best Vanguard in the game. I can agree with that. But Midum has to be the same tier or probably one lower than Mumu, because I think Mumu is better than Midum. Not having Enos is fine, though. It's not like she's gonna break the game by having her. Scadia A feels fine since people can get Gladia pretty easy. God bless someone is smart enough to rate Myrtle below other flags. I think Elysium is on the same tier as Myrtle. But I do think Psylocke is probably better than Myrtle. As someone who doesn't use Psylocke. I think Bagpipe is too high on this list. What's up, Wookie? We're about to end the stream. We didn't go through this entire tier list. We only went through the guards, vanguards, and defenders so far. But it is getting a little late for me right now. And I got things to do and eat. So, but yeah, this tier list is like immensely wrong. To imply all 5 of these units are worse than Chochuk is insane. Mainly because, like, if they said, oh, you know, if we're looking at CN content and blah, 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 and looking at hardest content, sure, Chochuk, I guess, technically is, like, ceiling is higher because he was used in the highest CC and, like, very crucial to it. But they themselves said, we're not looking at that. We're looking at the perspective. The highest ceiling for a general player with some interest in all game modes. A general player with some interest in all game modes isn't going max risk CC. Chochuk is never going to be used. Oh, sorry. Chochuk's ceiling is never going to hit that ceiling for a general player. This is mental. Factually just wrong to put that there. I'm not saying Chochuk's bad. I think Chochuk's good. But to say his ceiling is higher than these 5 units, when that's how we're considering, wrong. There's definite bias coming through on this because of that CC. Clear. You cannot convince me otherwise. That's 100% bias in there. Because they're like, no. No. Anyways, let me go find someone to raid. What a fun stream going through a tier list with absolutely no flaws. Blaze above Irene? Yeah, this tier list is mental, dude. Wookie, this tier list is absolutely fucking mental. This tier list is the Game Press tier list. The team has moved onto a Google Doc because Game Press Arknights is officially dead, right? So this is their tier list. This is their quote-unquote Game Press tier list. I'm not saying it's good. The title is a joke. I should specify. The title is a fucking joke. And we haven't even gone through it all. Dude, we've been ranting about this for like 3 hours. And that was just looking at Vanguards, Guards, and Defenders. I haven't even gone through half the operators, right? Actually, maybe Guards are about half. Anyways, Nimble, Larvitar, Remoraid, Carablast, Grimmsnarl, his PP, what? Ionos, Electrode, Metapod, Hops, Silicobra, sadly not used in the Hops deck, Whale Lord, Lightning, Pog. I didn't even play Arknights? Yeah, I just fucking went through this tier list. We didn't even play. Yeah, this tier list is bad. So far from what I've seen, this tier list is bad. I think the most offensive thing here is putting Saria in S- and not S+. It's... Huh? And then another thing that's uber offensive. Why is there an empty tier? There should not be empty tiers in this tier list, in my opinion. By putting empty tiers, you're consolidating more units together where they shouldn't be. A bagpipe is worse than Moo. But anyways, like units that are not supposed to be grouped together get grouped together. What the fuck is Pepe and S-? I don't know, man. I make this shit, man. It's bad. It's bad. Blaze and Thorns better than Hodor and Irene, by the way. their potential, their ceiling is higher than Hodor and Irene. Viviana is not that bad. This is just Viviana hate, bro. Viviana is a good unit. I refuse. Like, I admitted that Chen is probably bad. I said Chen should be in B, not B+. And this is as a Chen fan. Chen is giga bad now. Chen is like giga bad. Like, I can't even justify using her. You know how much it hurts to admit that? Wookie, I'm just saying when the I know I'm comparing to Genbreaker, but like when the Genbreaker came out and I used both of them on the same stage, I activated Chen, did 0 damage. Literally the HP bars didn't move. I activated the Gen, all the enemies disappeared. And that just broke my heart. It genuinely broke my heart. I was like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? What do you mean? I tried using Chen's skill 2 and skill 3 in that stage. I don't remember which stage it was, but it was bad. It was bad. It was bad, man. It was so... I think the only way you're going... I think... she's... Okay, she's usable, okay? Maybe she's not giga bad, but like... I think she's... As a fan, I just don't think she's that good anymore. But I will say... In certain situations, with X mod... And skill 1... Stonks, baby. We're perma stunning some bitch. We are fucking perma stunning someone. Oh god. But yeah, Pon Cyrus is definitely in the wrong spot. If they said C minus, where did they say it? Changes to the C minus is the floor for most units. Like in school, anything ranked below this should be considered failing. D is not failing. But, sure. If we're gonna say C, anything lower than C minus. Who made this tier list? It was, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Chen is fun and more of a character, than DJ in story. True. But yeah, Pon Cyrus is the definition of C minus. Because this bitch is doing the bare minimum to not get kicked off my Annihilation teams. But when she's in there, God, she does not generate my DP fast enough, man. Bitch, can you fucking do it any slower? And if you can, you're fucking fired. She is literally the definition of bare minimum to not fail. She should be C minus. Frostleaf is in the same tier as Doberman, Swire, Wind Chimes, and can't even pronounce this guy's name. I think Chen is probably a C minus. C at most. Reed being this low is kind of crazy, to be honest. This is from a non-Reed fan, right? Like, I'm always actively shitting on Reed to just, like, taunt Crow and K-Total, like, all the time. But, like, this is C minus? Doing the bare minimum? That's fucking these two. That's Pon Cyrus. Like, that's some giga disrespect, man. That's some giga disrespect. At least put her fucking 1 tier higher than Pon Cyrus. If you're gonna put her Pon Cyrus in B minus. No, I think they do play the game. I just don't think their opinions are very good. I just don't agree with their opinions, and any empty tiers immediately makes the tier list worse. There should be no empty tiers in a tier list. Opinions come from Kektone. Well, if that was the case, they would put Bee Hunter in fucking S tier, right? Anyways, let's go raid someone. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid today? Who's streaming? Let's check out who's streaming some Arknight, shall we? Aku Night 2. Yeah, there's some serious bias in this tier list, I'm pretty sure. I just don't agree with a lot of it. A lot of it is just incorrect in every way, shape, and form. Who are we gonna go raid? I don't know. Do I raid someone playing Arknights or do I raid just a random friend? I think we are gonna go raid. I don't know. Where these fuckers at? Okay. I have picked someone. I am gonna go raid Gurulina. Currently playing some Minecraft. I don't know what she's doing, but she's playing Minecraft. It looks like she's on a ship. I have no idea what she's doing. This looks modded to fuck. This looks modded to fuck. I don't know what's going on. So we're just gonna raid and figure it out. Let's go with some good old rainy. What should we go in with? Let's go with some good old rainy guns. If you're not a sub, you can use 100 channel points to rainy gun emote. This is my block now. Because she's on like an airship or something, you know? This is my ship now. This is my block now. If you're not a sub, you can use 100 channel points to get the rainy gun emote, or you can sub. Yeah, I Minecraft would be fun again, but I can't play vanilla. Vanilla's just not that fun, and I don't know what kind of mods I would want, right? Oh, you can use the rainy blast emote if you'd like. That works too. Smile. Animated emotes if you're already a sub, you know? Join Discord if you haven't. Oh, it's not when I go live. Check me out on YouTube. I dual stream. Smile. Thanks for supporting me on YouTube if you're over there. Like, solo. Smile. Yeah. Tomorrow we are going to be playing Wrath and Glory. We should be. If it changes again, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Have a good night, everyone. Don't die. I'll see you next time. If you're going to die, give me all your stuff before you do. We will be watching Invincible in Discord in a few hours, like 4 hours, right?